Hello everyone, and welcome back to X-Ranger. Before we begin, I thought it would be interesting if each of you could leave a comment indicating which part of the world you're joining us from. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Now let's get comfortable, relax, and start our program. The winter air bit at my face as I pulled my truck into the lot by the Point restaurant. Mason Reed, that's me, just looking for a quiet beer with my buddy Tyler after a long week working construction in Fresno. It was February 12th, 1983, and the mountains had gotten a fresh coat of snow 2 days prior. Tyler Denton climbed out of the passenger side, his breath clouding in front of his face. "Damn, it's cold," Tyler said, zipping his jacket up to his chin. "What did you expect? It's winter at Shaver Lake," I replied, locking the truck. The Point was busy that night. Locals mixed with weekend visitors from the valley, all crammed inside the warm tavern. We squeezed in at the bar, ordered a couple of beers, and talked about nothing important, just work complaints and Tyler's latest girlfriend drama. By 9, the crowd thinned out, and Tyler suggested we step outside for a smoke. The night hit us like ice water after the stuffy warmth of the bar. The temperature had dropped to the low 20s, but the sky had cleared. A full moon hung overhead, so bright it cast sharp shadows across the snow-covered parking lot. The lake stretched out before us, frozen around the edges but still liquid in the center, the moonlight catching on its surface like spilled mercury. "Check that out," Tyler said, nodding toward the edge of the water about 50 yards away. "What am I looking at?" I asked, squinting. "Tracks. Someone's been down by the water." Curious, we crunched through the snow to investigate. What we found weren't human footprints, but the distinct paw prints of a mountain lion. Each pad clear in the snow, with the telltale absence of claw marks that distinguish cats from dogs. "That's a big cat," I said, crouching down to examine the prints more closely. They were fresh, the edges still crisp, not rounded by melting. Tyler nodded, taking a final drag of his cigarette before flicking it away. "Looks like it crossed the highway, see?" I followed his gaze. The tracks led straight from the water's edge, across the empty Highway 168, and up toward the ridge on the northwestern side of the lake. "Want to follow it?" Tyler asked, a glint in his eye. I hesitated. "It's a mountain lion, Tyler. It's probably miles away by now. Come on, when's the last time you tracked a mountain lion?" I couldn't argue with that logic, flawed as it was. The moon made visibility surprisingly good, turning the snow-covered landscape nearly as bright as daytime. We crossed the highway and began following the tracks up the gentle slope at the base of the ridge. For the first 100 yards, it was just the mountain lion, 4 distinct pads, roughly the size of my palm, moving in a straight line up the hill. But then I noticed something that made me stop dead. "Hold up," I said, grabbing Tyler's arm. Beside the mountain lion tracks was another set of prints, human-like, but massive. Each footprint was at least 16 inches long and 8 inches wide, with 5 distinct toes and a clearly defined heel. The stride length between them was enormous. I had to stretch my legs to step from one print to the next. "What the hell made those?" Tyler whispered, his voice suddenly tense. I shook my head, unable to form words. The impressions were deep, much deeper than our own prints, suggesting whatever made them was exceptionally heavy. Despite their depth, the edges were clean, the snow compacted rather than scattered. They hadn't been there long. "This is a joke, right?" Tyler said, looking around as if expecting someone to jump out laughing at our reactions. "Someone with big fake feet." I crouched down and examined one of the prints closely. Look at the pressure points, ball of the foot, the heel. See how the snow is compressed differently in different parts? This isn't fake, Tyler. "Then what is it?" he asked, his voice dropping even lower. I didn't answer. We both knew what the tracks resembled. Everyone in these mountains had heard the stories. Against my better judgment, I said, "Let's keep following, just a little further." We tracked both sets of prints higher up the slope. After another 200 yards, something changed. The large footprints suddenly veered sharply to the northwest, away from the lake. The mountain lion tracks continued straight up, but the humanoid prints made an abrupt turn. "It's like it saw something," Tyler said, looking back down toward the Point restaurant. From this elevation, the lights of the building were clearly visible below us. "Or heard something," I added. The new direction took us deeper into the forest, where pine trees blocked some of the moonlight. The snow here was patchy in places where the thick canopy had prevented it from reaching the ground. We had to move slower, making sure we didn't lose the trail. About 10 minutes later, near a massive ponderosa pine, we discovered something that sent a chill through my body that had nothing to do with the winter air. A second set of humanoid footprints joined the first. These were smaller, maybe 12 inches long, but with the same distinctive shape. The stride was shorter, and occasionally the smaller prints overlapped with the larger ones, as if the smaller creature was trying to step in the exact same spots. "Jesus Christ," Tyler breathed. "There's two of them." "A juvenile," I said, the words sticking in my throat. "It's a young one with an adult." We stood in silence for a long moment, the reality of what we were tracking finally sinking in. Two unknown bipedal creatures, one adult and one juvenile, moving through the forest at night. The adult was enormous and heavy, judging by the depth of the prints, and they were ahead of us somewhere in the darkness. "Should we go back?" Tyler asked, his earlier bravado completely gone. Part of me wanted to say yes immediately. But another part, the part that had always been fascinated by the unexplained, pushed me to continue. "Just a bit further," I said. "We'll be careful." Tyler nodded reluctantly, and we pressed on, following the dual tracks deeper into the woods. The forest had become eerily quiet. No wind in the trees, no animals moving in the underbrush, just the crunch of our boots in the snow and our increasingly rapid breathing. We'd gone another quarter-mile when we heard it. A crack of a branch breaking somewhere ahead of us. Both of us froze mid-step. "Could be anything," Tyler whispered, but his face had gone pale in the moonlight. Then came a second sound, a low, rumbling vocalization that was neither human nor any animal I recognized. It started low, then rose in pitch before tapering off. The sound echoed through the trees, making it hard to pinpoint the direction. Tyler grabbed my arm, his fingers digging into my jacket. "That's not a mountain lion." I shook my head slowly. "No, it's not." Another crack, closer this time. Then the distinct sound of movement through the underbrush, something large pushing through the forest ahead of us. That's when my curiosity finally surrendered to fear. Without discussion, Tyler and I turned and started running back down the slope. We weren't careful now, no longer worried about disturbing the tracks. Our boots punched through the snow as we crashed down the hillside, slipping and sliding, but never stopping. Behind us, another vocalization rang out, louder this time, and unmistakably a response to our flight. It was followed by the sound of movement, faster and more purposeful than before. "It's following us!" Tyler gasped between breaths. I didn't look back, focusing only on the descent, on keeping my footing on the slippery slope. The lights of the Point restaurant seemed impossibly far away. The sounds of pursuit continued, branches snapping, the crunch of snow and occasional vocalizations that seemed to come from two different sources. The adult and juvenile were tracking us, and they were faster in the forest than we were. As we neared the bottom of the ridge, the trees thinned out, and the slope became gentler. We could see Highway 168 ahead, the empty road gleaming in the moonlight. Just beyond it, the Point's parking lot and the safety of my truck. "We're almost there," I panted. That's when Tyler's foot caught on a hidden root. He went down hard, face first into the snow with a muffled cry. I skidded to a stop and turned back, grabbing his arm and hauling him to his feet. "Leave me," he gasped, but I'd already pulled him up and we were running again. The sounds behind us had stopped. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw nothing but dark trees and moonlit snow, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. We reached the highway and sprinted across the empty road, not slowing until we reached my truck. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the lock. Finally, the door opened, and we threw ourselves inside. I started the engine and peeled out of the parking lot, tires spinning on the icy surface before finding traction. Neither of us spoke for several minutes as I drove too fast down the winding mountain road. Finally, when we were miles away, Tyler broke the silence. "What the hell was that, Mason?" I gripped the steering wheel tightly, trying to make sense of what we'd seen and heard. "I don't know. I really don't know." But deep down I did know. Those tracks were unmistakable, bipedal, huge, with 5 toes and a human-like gait, but a stride and weight no human could match. We'd been tracking Sasquatch, a parent and child, through the moonlit forests of Shaver Lake. We stopped at a diner in Prather, still shaking from the experience. Over coffee that we clutched with trembling hands, we tried to rationalize what had happened. "Maybe it was a bear," Tyler suggested half-heartedly. "A bear walking on its hind legs." I shook my head. "Bears don't leave prints like that, and they don't make sounds like that either." "Then what, Mason? What the hell were we following?" I didn't answer immediately. The words seemed ridiculous to say out loud, even after what we'd experienced. "Bigfoot," I finally said. "We were tracking Bigfoot." Tyler stared at me for a long moment, then looked down at his coffee. "People will think we're crazy." He was right. Despite the clarity of what we'd seen, despite the undeniable evidence of those tracks in the snow, most people would dismiss our story as imagination or outright lies. That's why, after that night, we rarely spoke of it to others. But the experience changed me in ways I couldn't ignore. Every time I returned to Shaver Lake, and I did return many times, I looked at the forest differently. I became more aware of unusual sounds, more alert to movements in the trees. I started researching similar encounters in the Sierra Nevada, finding patterns and consistencies that couldn't be coincidental. In the summer of 1984, I went back to the same ridge with a camera, hoping to find more evidence. I never saw tracks as clear as those winter prints, but twice I found broken branches too high up to have been snapped by a human, and once a clump of dark hair caught on a tree that didn't match any known wildlife in the area. I sent it to a lab for testing, but they came back with inconclusive results, not matching any known species, but not definitively proving anything either. Tyler eventually moved away to Oregon, wanting distance from the memory. We kept in touch sporadically, but he never wanted to discuss that night. For him, it was a frightening anomaly best forgotten. For me, it became an obsession. I joined Bigfoot research groups, attended conferences, and interviewed other witnesses. Some were clearly attention seekers or confused individuals, but others had the same look I recognized in my own eyes. People who had seen something they couldn't explain and couldn't forget. In 1997, I retired early from construction and bought a small cabin near Shaver Lake. My wife thought I was crazy, and eventually she left me. My kids visited less and less frequently, uncomfortable with their father's hobby. I understood their perspective, but I couldn't let it go. Those tracks in the snow, those sounds in the dark forest, they were more real to me than anything else. I never had another encounter as clear and undeniable as that night in 1983. But there were moments. A shadowy figure glimpsed at dusk moving between trees, strange howls on still summer nights, the unshakable feeling of being watched while hiking remote trails. Each incident reinforced my certainty of what Tyler and I had discovered that winter night. Now, 40 years later, I still live in that cabin. My hair has gone grey, my joints ache in the cold, but my memory of those tracks remains crystal clear. I've mapped every reported sighting in the Shaver Lake area, noting patterns in location, time of year, and environmental conditions. I've collected plaster casts of footprints and recordings of unusual forest sounds. Most people in town know me as that Bigfoot guy, sometimes said with affection, sometimes with derision. I don't mind either way. I know what I saw. I know what followed us through the snow that night. And I know that somewhere in these mountains, they're still out there, a species unacknowledged by science but undeniably real. Last week, Tyler called me for the first time in years. His voice sounded old and tired over the phone, but there was an urgency to it that caught my attention. "I saw one, Mason," he said without preamble, "up here in Oregon, just like at Shaver Lake. I was fishing at dawn, and it watched me from the tree line for nearly 5 minutes before disappearing." "Did you get a photo?" I asked, my heart racing. "No," he replied, "but I didn't need to. I know what I saw. I should have believed you all these years." After we hung up, I walked out onto my porch and looked at the forest surrounding my cabin. The trees stood silent and dark against the evening sky. Somewhere out there, beyond human understanding, they were living their lives in parallel to ours, rarely seen but undeniably present. That night in 1983 at Shaver Lake hadn't just been a frightening encounter, it had been a glimpse behind the veil that separates the world we think we know from the reality that actually exists. Those tracks in the snow had led me not just up a snowy ridge, but down a 40-year path of discovery. And despite all the doubt, all the ridicule, all the lonely nights searching the forests, I wouldn't change a single step of that journey. Story 2. I pulled my truck into the gravel driveway, killing the engine as soon as the tires crunched to a stop. The clock on the dashboard read 5:47 a.m., perfect timing. The morning dew would still be clinging to the forest floor, making the morels easier to spot. My name is Ethan Morris, and I've lived in Oak Ridge Valley my entire life. The 15 acres behind my house has been family land for 3 generations. I know every ridge, every creek bed, and almost every tree. Almost. I stepped out of the truck, the cool April air hitting my face. The sun hadn't fully risen yet, but there was enough light to see the outline of the forest beyond my backyard. I grabbed my mesh bag, pocket knife, and walking stick from the passenger seat. The walking stick wasn't just for the uneven terrain, not anymore. "Heading out already?" Carolyn called from the back porch. She stood there in her bathrobe, coffee mug in hand, hair still messy from sleep. "Early bird gets the morels," I said, forcing a smile. She didn't return it. "You're going to that spot again, aren't you?" I didn't answer. Didn't need to. "Ethan, please. After what I heard last time, I won't go far in," I promised. "Just the outer edges where I found that patch last year." Carolyn pressed her lips together, holding back words I knew she wanted to say. Finally, she just nodded. "Be back for lunch." "Always am." I crossed the backyard, dew soaking through my boots. The chickens in our coop clucked as I passed. Our border collie, Max, bounded up beside me, tail wagging. "Not today, boy," I told him, scratching behind his ears. "Stay home with Carolyn." Max whined but obeyed, sitting at the edge of the yard as I approached the tree line. He never followed me to that part of the woods anyway. Smart dog. The forest welcomed me with familiar smells, damp earth, pine, and the faint sweetness of wildflowers. I followed the well-worn path that wound through the eastern part of my property. This section was safe, comfortable. I'd been walking it since I was a boy. I found my first morels within 20 minutes, a small cluster growing near the base of an old elm. I carefully cut them at the stem, placing them in my bag. Their honeycomb texture was perfect, untouched by slugs or bugs. I'd find more as the morning progressed. For the next hour, I stayed in the familiar areas, collecting a respectable haul of morels. but my eyes kept drifting westward toward that other section. The section that called to me every spring with its abundance. The section that always sent me running. Not this year, I muttered to myself. This year would be different. I had a plan. Checking my watch, 7:15 a.m., I pulled out my phone and texted Jake Lambert, my buddy from the fire department, heading to the spot, still coming at 8. The response came quickly. On my way early. Meet you at the creek crossing. A weight lifted from my shoulders. Good. I wouldn't have to face it alone this time. I continued hunting, working my way toward the creek that divided my property, the boundary between normal and whatever waited on the other side. As I approached the crossing, I spotted the first sign that I was getting close. A massive dead oak, split down the middle by lightning years ago. The forest grew denser beyond it, the undergrowth thicker. Rays of sunlight barely penetrated the canopy here. I reached the creek and stopped, listening to the water bubbling over rocks. This was the dividing line. On busy days, I'd turn back here, content with my haul from the safe woods. But the morals on the other side were always bigger, more plentiful. Every mushroom hunter knows you go where they grow. Jake wasn't at the crossing yet. I checked my phone. No service, as usual out here. He knew where to find me, though. We'd hunted this land together many times, just never that western section. I shifted my weight from one foot to another, debating. The creek was only about 3 feet wide, easy to step over. I could cross now, scout the area a bit before Jake arrived. Maybe today would be different. Maybe whatever was out there wouldn't notice one person. I took a deep breath and stepped across. The change was immediate. The air felt heavier, the silence deeper. Birds that had been calling in the eastern woods went quiet. Even the creek seemed to hush its babbling. I gripped my walking stick tighter and pressed forward. The ground sloped upward gently, leading to a plateau where I'd found a motherlode of morels last spring before being driven off. 20 paces in, it started. That feeling, like eyes boring into my back. The hairs on my neck stood up, and my skin prickled with goosebumps despite the warming morning. Just mushrooms, I said aloud, my voice sounding wrong in the dense silence. I'm just here for mushrooms. I spotted the first morel almost immediately, a massive specimen poking through the leaf litter, then another beside it, and another. They were everywhere, growing in abundance, as if this patch of forest was especially fertile. I knelt and began harvesting, trying to ignore the growing pressure of being watched. Work quickly, I told myself. Fill the bag and go. The first sound came from my right, a soft footfall, like someone stepping on a twig but catching themselves. I froze, knife in hand, staring into the trees. Nothing moved. "Jake," I called out. "That you?" No answer. I returned to cutting mushrooms, moving faster now. My breathing quickened as another sound came from behind me, the unmistakable rustle of something moving through underbrush. "Hello," I called again, standing up straight. "Someone there?" The forest absorbed my words. I turned in a slow circle, studying the trees, the bushes, looking for any sign of movement. The feeling of being watched intensified, as if whatever lurked out there had moved closer. I bent down to pick up my bag. That's when I heard it, a small splash in the creek behind me. I spun around. Something had tossed a pebble into the water. "All right, that's enough," I said, trying to sound authoritative despite my quickening pulse. "Show yourself." Another splash, bigger this time. A rock the size of a golf ball hit the water. I backed up a step. "I'm on my own property," I called out. "You're trespassing." The next rock didn't hit water. It thudded into a tree trunk 3 feet to my left, not thrown with enough force to damage the bark, but the message was clear. "Fine," I muttered, grabbing my bag. "I'm going." 2 more rocks landed nearby as I turned to leave, closer this time. The third whizzed past my ear. I quickened my pace, no longer caring about appearing afraid. The footsteps paralleled me now, no longer bothering to stay hidden. Something large moved through the trees to my right, just out of clear sight. A rock the size of my fist slammed into the ground at my feet. I broke into a run. Branches whipped my face as I crashed through the undergrowth toward the creek. Behind me, something followed, something that moved fast through the dense forest with practiced ease. I could hear its heavy footfalls, the snap of twigs under substantial weight. I reached the creek and leapt across, stumbling on the landing but catching myself with my walking stick. As soon as I crossed, the footsteps stopped. Breathing hard, I turned around, staring back at the forest I'd just fled. Nothing moved among the trees. The feeling of being watched remained, but the immediate threat had receded. "Jesus Christ," I whispered, heart hammering in my chest. "Ethan!" I nearly jumped out of my skin. Jake stood a few yards away on the path, rifle slung over his shoulder, looking concerned. "You okay, man? Looks like you've seen a ghost." I wiped sweat from my forehead. "It's in there, right now, watching us." Jake unslung his rifle, not pointing it but holding it ready. "What is?" "I don't know, but it's real, Jake. It throws rocks. It followed me." Jake studied the forest beyond the creek. His expression shifted from concern to focused intensity, the same look he got when responding to a fire call. "Show me," he said. I hesitated. "Maybe we should—" "Ethan, you asked me out here to witness whatever this is. I drove 30 minutes before my shift. Show me." He was right. This was why I'd asked him to come. Jake was practical, level-headed, and most importantly, he carried a gun. If anyone would validate what I'd experienced, it would be him. "All right," I said, "but stay close." We crossed the creek together. The feeling descended on us immediately, that heavy, watching presence. Jake felt it too. I could tell by the way his shoulders tensed. "This is different," he admitted in a low voice. We moved slowly through the trees, heading toward the plateau. Jake kept his rifle in a low, ready position. "The morels are up ahead," I said quietly. "That's where it started throwing rocks." We hadn't gone 20 paces when the first sound came. A distinct footfall off to our left. Jake froze. "That's not an animal." "Told you." He raised his rifle slightly. "Hello?" he called out. "This is private property. Identify yourself." His authoritative tone echoed through the trees. Nothing responded. We pressed forward, more cautiously now. Jake's experience as a firefighter showed in his movement, deliberate, alert, scanning constantly. The plateau came into view. Morels dotted the ground like they'd been planted there intentionally. "Damn," Jake whispered. "That's a mother lode." "Yeah, that's why I keep coming back." We stepped into the clearing. The watching feeling intensified, pressing down on us from all sides. "You feel that?" I asked. Jake nodded, eyes narrowed. "Someone's out there." The first rock hit a tree 5 yards away. It wasn't a small stone this time, it was the size of a baseball. And it hit with enough force to tear bark from the trunk. Jake raised his rifle fully. "That's enough! Show yourself now!" 2 more rocks sailed through the air, landing on either side of us. A warning shot. "Ethan," Jake said, voice tight, "we need to leave, now." "But who's doing this?" I demanded, anger momentarily overriding my fear. "Who the hell is out there?" The answer came in a form neither of us expected. From deep in the forest, beyond the plateau, came a sound that turned my blood to ice. A scream, but not human. It started low, a deep guttural growl that rose in pitch until it became a howling wail that echoed through the trees. The same sound Carolyn had heard, the same sound from that documentary. Jake's face went pale. "What the fuck was that?" "You heard it too?" I asked, relieved and terrified at once. Another rock slammed into the ground between us, big enough to have caused serious damage if it had hit either of us. "We're leaving," Jake said, backing up. "Now." The screaming sound came again, closer this time. With it came breaking branches, something large moving rapidly toward us. We ran, no pretense of calm, no strategic retreat. We flat out ran for the creek. Behind us, The crashing sounds pursued, gaining ground with each second. Rocks sailed past us, no longer warning shots, but genuine attempts to hit us. I stumbled on a root and went down hard, dropping my bag of morals. Jake grabbed my arm, hauled me up, and shoved me forward. "Go! Go!" Something massive moved through the trees just behind us. I caught a glimpse of dark shape, taller than a man, before Jake pushed me again. "Don't look back!" he yelled. "Run!" We reached the creek and splashed across it, not bothering to use the stepping stones. On the other side, we turned back. The forest beyond the creek was silent again. Whatever had chased us remained hidden among the trees, but the feeling of being watched persisted. Jake raised his rifle. "If you can understand me," he called out, voice shaking slightly, "stay on that side of the creek. This is your only warning." Nothing moved. No rocks flew. The watching continued. We backed away slowly until we reached the familiar path, then turned and walked quickly toward my property. Neither of us spoke until we were well clear of that section of forest. "What the hell was that, Ethan?" Jake finally asked, his knuckles white around his rifle. "I don't know," I admitted. "But Carolyn heard it too a few weeks ago. She was out walking near the property line and heard that scream." Jake shook his head. "That wasn't human, and it wasn't any animal native to these woods." "I know." We reached the edge of my yard. Max was waiting, ears perked up, whining softly. He knew something was wrong. Jake looked back at the forest. "You've been dealing with this for years." "Every spring," I said, "just in that section, just during morel season." "And you keep going back." I shrugged. "Best morals on the property." Jake gave me a look that questioned my sanity. "I've got to get to my shift. But Ethan, whatever's back there, it's not just some kids playing pranks, and it's not a bear or cougar." "I know," I said again, because what else could I say? Jake clapped me on the shoulder. "Put up game cameras, or better yet, stay the hell out of that section." After he left, I stood in my backyard, staring at the tree line. Carolyn came out onto the porch. "You're back early," she observed, then noticed my empty hands. "No mushrooms?" "Lost my bag," I said. "Had to leave in a hurry." Her face tightened. "It happened again." I nodded. "Jake was with me this time. He heard it too. Saw something." Carolyn hugged herself. "Are you done now? Will you finally stay out of there?" I should have said yes. Should have promised never to venture into that section again. But the image of those morels covering the ground like a carpet kept flashing in my mind. "Maybe," I said instead, because the truth was, I knew I'd go back. Next spring, when the morels emerged, I'd be drawn to that plateau again. Whatever lurked in those woods, whatever threw rocks and screamed and remained perfectly hidden, it was protecting something, territory, young, or just the best morel patch in Oak Ridge Valley. I didn't know, but I intended to find out, even if it meant risking more than just a bag of mushrooms next time. Story 3. I've lived on these 25 acres for nearly 40 years now. This land has been good to me, nestled between Miller Lake and Pine Lake, with the National Forest pressing right up against my northern boundary. The hills roll gentle here, cloaked in pine and oak, that turn the property into a green haven come spring and summer, and a riot of golden fire in fall. That morning in 1994 started like any other. I'd woken at 5:30, same as always, put the coffee on, and settled at my kitchen table with my mug. Steam curled up from the dark liquid, fogging the window briefly before dissipating. Dawn had just broken, painting the sky in soft pinks and oranges. The kitchen faced west, toward the thickest part of the woods, and I liked watching the light change as it filtered through the trees. I took a sip of coffee, enjoying the quiet. At 67, I've grown to appreciate silence more than most. After raising 3 boys in this house with my late husband Frank, peace feels like a luxury. Movement caught my eye, something shifting along the tree line about 60 yards out. At first, I thought it might be a deer. We get plenty of those, along with the occasional black bear. I leaned forward, squinting. It wasn't a deer. It wasn't a bear. The figure moved from right to left along my fence line with deliberate steps. Tall, impossibly tall. My coffee mug froze halfway to my lips. I stood up, my chair scraping against the linoleum floor, and moved closer to the window. The creature walked upright on two legs, but nothing about it resembled a human. It stood at least 9 feet tall, maybe more, with broad shoulders that tapered to a narrower waist. Its arms hung long at its sides, swinging slightly with each step. Grey-brown hair covered its body. Not fur exactly, but hair that hung loose, about 5 inches long, moving with the morning breeze. My heart hammered against my ribs. I pressed my hand against the cool glass, steadying myself. The being moved with a strange, fluid grace that didn't match its massive size. Its powerful legs pushed through the underbrush at the edge of my clearing. Then it stopped at one of my fence posts, the one marking the southwest corner of my property. Slowly, it turned its head toward the house, toward me. Even from this distance, I could make out the prominent brow ridge, the deep-set eyes beneath. Its face was flatter than a human's, with a wide nose and a mouth set in a straight line. And those eyes fixed directly on mine. Time stretched like taffy. 10 seconds, maybe 15, we stared at each other. My breath fogged the glass, my legs shook, but I couldn't look away. It wasn't aggression I felt from the creature, not exactly. It was assessment, recognition, acknowledgement. Then, without hurry, it turned away and stepped into the thick woods beyond my fence line. The branches barely moved as it passed. Within seconds, it had vanished completely. I collapsed back into my chair, coffee forgotten. My hands trembled so badly I had to press them flat against the table. What had I just seen? A wild man? Some undiscovered species? My mind scrambled for explanations, but none fit. I told no one. Not at first. Who would believe me? Frank had passed 2 years earlier. My boys had all moved away. Jake to Alabama, Martin to Ohio, and Tommy to the next county over. My sister Ruth lived 10 miles down the road with her husband Thomas, but I couldn't bring myself to call them. Sasquatch, my mind whispered. But I pushed the thought away. That was nonsense, folklore, campfire stories. But the incident wouldn't leave me. That night I barely slept. Every crack of a branch, every hoot of an owl had me sitting upright, straining to hear. 3 days later, Rusty, my 5-year-old retriever mix, disappeared. He'd never wandered off before. I searched for hours, calling his name until my voice grew hoarse. No sign of him, no blood, no tracks leading away, nothing. He had been in the fenced backyard 1 minute, gone the next. A week after Rusty vanished, I heard it for the first time, a scream that cut through the dusk like a knife. Not a woman's scream, though it had that pitch. Not an animal I recognized either. It started low, then rose to a piercing wail that made my skin crawl. It came from the northwest corner of my property, where the land slopes down toward a creek that feeds into Miller Lake. I stood on my back porch, clutching a flashlight, too terrified to venture into the darkening woods. The scream came again, closer this time. I retreated inside, locked the doors, and sat up all night with Frank's old shotgun across my lap. The screams became a regular occurrence after that. Sometimes at dusk, sometimes in the dead of night, occasionally even in broad daylight. They never came from the same place twice. Sometimes they sounded like they were calling to each other. One cry from the west answered by another from the east. My neighbors at the time, the Petersons, asked about the screams once when they came over for coffee. Probably just a mountain lion, I said, though we both knew mountain lions hadn't been spotted in Pinecrest County for decades. They nodded politely and didn't bring it up again. More dogs disappeared that summer, not just mine, but the Petersons' blue tickhound and old Mr. Whitaker's pair of beagles. People blamed coyotes, though we rarely saw them around here. Then came the feeling of being watched. I've lived alone for years now, so I know the difference between everyday creaks of an old house and something else. This was something else. Whenever I ventured near the woods to gather kindling or check my property line, the back of my neck would prickle. Eyes followed my movements. Sometimes branches would crack far off in the trees, as if something large was moving parallel to me, keeping pace. I started carrying Frank's shotgun whenever I went outside, never fired it, just kept it cradled in the crook of my arm. A warning, maybe, though I'm not sure what good it would have done against something as large as what I'd seen. 5 months after my first sighting, Tommy came to visit. My youngest boy, always the most sensitive of the three. He'd just turned 30 that year, had a good job with the county roads department. He came by to fix my leaky roof, though I suspect he was checking up on me too. He arrived Saturday morning and spent most of the day up on the ladder, replacing shingles. Around 4 in the afternoon, I brought him some iced tea. "Thanks, Ma," he said, climbing down. His t-shirt was dark with sweat. "Almost done up there." He took the glass, drained half of it, then froze, his eyes fixed on something beyond my shoulder. The glass slipped from his fingers, shattering on the ground. I whirled around. There, at the edge of the woods, stood the creature, the same one I'd seen, or perhaps another like it. This time it was partially obscured by a large oak, just its shoulder and part of its head visible. It stood perfectly still, watching us. "Ma," Tommy whispered, his voice strangled. "What the hell is that?" Before I could answer, the being stepped back and vanished into the shadows beneath the trees. Tommy grabbed my arm, fingers digging in. "Did you see that? What was that thing?" The relief that washed over me was so intense I nearly cried. Someone else had seen it. I wasn't losing my mind. "I've seen it before," I admitted, "back in spring." We went inside and I told him everything, the sighting, the missing dogs, the screams, the feeling of being watched. His face grew paler with each detail. "Why didn't you tell anyone?" he demanded. "You've been dealing with this alone for months." I shrugged. Who'd believe me? They'd think I was some crazy old woman. Tommy insisted on staying the night. We sat on the porch until well after dark, a lantern between us, talking in low voices. No screams came that night. In the morning, Tommy wanted to see where I'd first spotted the creature. We walked to the southwest fence post, Tommy carrying the shotgun despite my protests. "Look at this," he said, crouching by the fence. Deep impressions marked the soft ground. Footprints, larger than any humans, at least 16 inches long with 5 distinct toes. "These are fresh, Ma. From yesterday, I'd guess." He stood and gazed into the woods. "There's something weird about those trees over there." I followed his pointing finger. About 30 yards into the forest, several saplings had been bent over in unnatural ways, forming arch-like structures. Some were twisted together, creating what looked like a crude pyramid shape about 7 feet tall. "I've never noticed those before," I said. "Those aren't natural," Tommy stated flatly. "Something made those." We didn't venture into the woods that day. Tommy made me promise to call him if anything else happened, then reluctantly left that afternoon. He wanted me to come stay with him and his wife, but this was my home. I wouldn't be driven from it. 2 weeks later, Tommy came back with his older brother Martin. They spent the weekend setting up motion-activated trail cameras around my property, 4 in total, positioned to cover the fence line and the unusual tree structures we'd spotted. The first camera was triggered 3 days after they left. The image showed only a blur of movement, something large but indistinct. The second camera captured nothing for weeks, then stopped working altogether. When Martin checked it on his next visit, he found it smashed. The plastic casing cracked open like an egg. The third camera caught something that made my blood run cold. A clear shot of a massive, hair-covered arm reaching toward the camera. The image cut off there. The fourth camera disappeared entirely, just vanished from the tree where it had been securely fastened with metal screws and straps. By this time, almost a year had passed since my first sighting. My boys were worried about me, but I assured them I was fine. The truth was, I'd reached a kind of uneasy truce with whatever shared my land. I stayed out of the deep woods. They kept their distance from my house. The screams continued, but I'd grown almost accustomed to them. Then came the winter of '95. Record snowfall buried Pinecrest County under 3 feet of white. Roads became impassable. Power lines came down. I was stranded for nearly 2 weeks, relying on my wood stove for heat and my pantry stores for food. On the 10th day of my isolation, I woke to find footprints in the snow leading up to my back porch. Enormous barefoot impressions, deeper than they should have been, even considering their size, suggesting immense weight. They led from the tree line directly to my back door, then away again. On the porch sat a freshly killed deer, a young doe. Her neck had been broken cleanly, no blood, no signs of struggle, just a dead deer deposited at my doorstep like a gift. I stared at it for a long time, understanding slowly dawning. They were providing for me, making sure I had food during the storm. I dragged the deer to the side of the porch, then returned inside to fetch a knife. I'm no stranger to field dressing, Frank taught me years ago, but my hands shook as I worked. Not from fear this time, but from the implications of what had happened. They were intelligent. They recognized I might be in trouble. They had deliberately helped me. That evening, as dusk fell, I wrapped chunks of venison in butcher paper and left them at the edge of the woods, along with a bag of apples and some of the bread I'd baked that morning. A thank you offering. By morning, it was gone. Spring came, the snow melted, and life returned to its strange rhythm. I saw them occasionally, never as clearly as that first time, but glimpses through the trees. Sometimes just a shadowy movement, sometimes a flash of grey-brown hair, once a pair of eyes reflecting back the beam of my flashlight when I took out the trash after dark. Years passed. I grew older. My boys visited when they could, but less frequently as their own lives grew more complicated. Tommy divorced and remarried. Martin had kids of his own. Jake moved even further away to Florida. I kept the secret mostly to myself, though Tommy knew parts of it. We didn't discuss it much, but he made sure to check my property whenever he visited, looking for signs. Ruth's husband, Thomas, came by most often. My brother-in-law always made time to help with repairs around the place, to split firewood, to make sure my old Chevy truck still ran. He'd lost Ruth to cancer 5 years back, and I think caring for me gave him purpose. Last month, Thomas found me sitting on the porch, staring into the woods with tears on my face. I'd seen one of them clearly that morning, a smaller one, perhaps a juvenile, standing at the creek that runs through my property. It had been drinking, hands cupped to bring water to its mouth. When it spotted me, it froze, then slowly straightened to its full height, maybe 7 feet tall, and raised one hand in what looked remarkably like a greeting before melting back into the forest. "Eleanor?" Thomas had said, concern etching his weathered face. "What's wrong?" And suddenly, at 67 years old, I couldn't keep it in anymore. The weight of a 3-decade secret pressed too heavily. I told him everything. Every sighting, every strange occurrence, every moment of fear and wonder I'd experienced since that morning in 1994. To his credit, Thomas didn't laugh, didn't dismiss me. He sat and listened, his eyes intent on my face, nodding occasionally. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time. "Show me," he finally said. We walked my property line that afternoon, Thomas noting the bent trees, the unusual structures that had multiplied over the years. We found fresh prints by the creek, 5-toed impressions in the mud that couldn't be explained away as bear or deer. They're what some folks call Sasquatch, Thomas said matter-of-factly. Others call 'em Bigfoot, but forest people might be more accurate from what you've described. I stared at him. You believe me? He shrugged. Worked forestry for 40 years before retiring. Spent more time in these woods than most. Seen things I can't explain. Heard things too. He pointed to a tree where the bark had been stripped away at a height of nearly 8 feet. That's a marking. They're telling others this is their territory. Their territory, I repeated, but I live here too. Thomas nodded. And they've accepted that. Even protected you, sounds like. That's rare, Eleanor. Real rare. We walked back to the house in silence. At the porch steps, Thomas paused. You thinking of telling anyone else? Your boys, maybe? I shook my head. Tommy knows some. The others wouldn't understand. I looked out over my land at the familiar trees and the secrets they held. This is between me and them, has been for 30 years now. Thomas nodded. Your secret's safe with me. That night, I sat on my porch as darkness fell. A cool breeze rustled the new spring leaves. From deep in the woods came a call, that familiar wailing cry that had frightened me so badly in the beginning. Now it sounded almost like a greeting. I raised my hand toward the sound, the way the young one had raised its hand to me that morning. I see you, I whispered to the darkness, and you see me, and that's how it's been all these years. Another cry answered from further away. Then silence settled over the hills of Pinecrest County, broken only by the gentle creaking of my rocking chair as I kept my vigil, watching the woods where the forest people watched back. Story 4. The first cold snap hit Prescott in late September. I remember because I was outside checking the fence line when I felt that shift, the one locals recognize as summer's official end. The temperature dropped 15 degrees that afternoon. Standing on the far corner of our property, I watched the wind bend the pines as it swept across our land, carrying the scent of decaying leaves and something else. Something wrong. My name's Jackson Reeves. I've lived in Arizona most of my life, but it wasn't until 3 years ago that my wife Ellie and I bought this 30-acre former ranch property on the outskirts of Prescott. We got it for a good price. Too good, I realize now. The previous owners seemed eager to sell, but at the time I chalked it up to financial troubles. The place had good bones, a sturdy 3-bedroom house, 2 barns, stables for up to 12 horses, and a workshop. Perfect for raising our 3 boys away from the city and starting the boarding business Ellie had always dreamed of. For the first 2 years, business was steady. Seasonal visitors from Phoenix and Tucson boarded their horses with us during the cooler months when desert riding became pleasant. We kept a small flock of chickens, 2 milk goats, and Bruno, my pit bull shepherd mix, who'd been with me since before the boys were born. He was our unofficial security system, 10 years old, but still sharp-eyed and protective of our property and livestock. Nothing got past Bruno, until something did. The first incident happened last October. I was splitting firewood near the shed when my middle son, Carter, came running from the east pasture, his face pale and voice cracking. "Dad! Dad, come quick! It's Bruno!" I followed him through the field, axe still in hand. Carter was 13 and not one for dramatics. If something scared him, it was worth paying attention to. "He's up there." Carter pointed at a tall pine about 50 yards from our property line. At first, I couldn't see anything, then I spotted it. Bruno's distinctive brown and white coat somehow suspended in the branches about 14 feet up. My stomach dropped. "What the hell?" I muttered, approaching the tree. Bruno hung awkwardly between 2 branches, his neck bent at an impossible angle. His body showed no signs of a struggle. No blood, no missing fur, nothing to indicate he'd fought with a predator. Just a clean, snapped neck. "Did you see anything?" I asked Carter, who stood behind me fighting tears. "No, sir. I was just walking the fence line like you asked, and I saw him up there." I studied the tree trunk. No claw marks, Nothing to suggest how a 90-pound dog ended up 14 feet above ground. Mountain lions sometimes drag their kills into trees, but they leave evidence, tracks, blood, torn fur. This was just wrong. I had to use a ladder to get Bruno down. His body was stiff, but not cold. Whatever happened had been recent. I wrapped him in a tarp and buried him behind the workshop where the boys had made him a small stone marker. That night, I stayed up late with my rifle across my lap, staring out the kitchen window at the tree line. Nothing moved. The following week, I bought a security camera and installed it facing the pasture. The other dogs, 2 Australian shepherds, refused to patrol that section of the property alone. I didn't blame them. By November, I'd almost convinced myself Bruno's death was some freak accident or the work of a predator I just couldn't identify. Then our sheep disappeared. We'd only had them a month. A ram and ewe I'd purchased from old Bill Tanner across town. Good breeding stock for what Ellie hoped would be a small flock. I checked on them Tuesday evening before dinner. By Wednesday morning, the gate was open and both animals gone. I spent all day tracking but found nothing. No blood, no wool caught on fences, no sign of which direction they'd gone. Just gone, like they'd vanished into thin air. 3 days later, I ran into Bill at Walker's Hardware while buying a new chain for my saw. "Damn shame about those sheep," he said, leaning against the counter. I frowned. "How'd you hear about that?" Bill shrugged, his weathered face serious. "Word travels. That's why I sold them. Same thing happened to me last year. 2 sheep gone without a trace." "You think someone's stealing livestock?" I asked. Bill looked around, then lowered his voice. "You ever hear the stories the Yavapai tell about those woods east of your property?" I hadn't. Bill motioned me to follow him outside, where he lit a cigarette with shaky hands. "My great-grandmother was half Yavapai," he said. "She told me stories about something that lived in those hills, something that comes down when the weather turns cold." I waited, trying not to show my impatience. Bill had a reputation for tall tales. "Back in the 80s, there was a woman lived out near Granite Mountain. Had a small farm, raised sheep. One night, she hears her dogs raising hell outside. Grabs her shotgun, runs out to find this..." Bill hesitated. "This thing, tall, covered in hair, standing on 2 legs but not a man, had one of her sheep under its arm, still kicking." "A bear?" I suggested. Bill shook his head firmly. "Bears don't walk off on 2 legs carrying a full-grown sheep. Her dogs went after it, and it made a sound that froze them in their tracks. Next day, 1 dog was missing. Found it up in a tree, neck broken." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the November air. "The Yavapai have a name for it, means the hungry one or something like that. They say it marks territory by putting animals in trees as warnings." I drove home with Bill's story replaying in my mind. I'd lived in Arizona long enough to respect indigenous knowledge, but also to recognize when someone might be pulling my leg. Still, Bruno's death and our missing sheep needed explaining. That night, I called a family meeting. My oldest, Lucas, had just turned 16. Carter was 13, and Ethan, my youngest, was 10. All 3 boys sat at the kitchen table while Ellie made hot chocolate. "We're going to patrol the property," I announced. "Something's been taking our animals, and I aim to find out what." "Is it a mountain lion?" Ethan asked, eyes wide. "Maybe," I lied. "But whatever it is, we need to stick together and be alert. No one goes out alone, especially near the East Woods." Thanksgiving week arrived with an unusual cold snap. Perfect tracking weather. The ground was soft from recent rain without being muddy. The 5 of us set out Thursday morning, the boys on horseback while Ellie stayed behind to prepare dinner. We brought our 2 remaining dogs and my rifle. We rode the perimeter, checking fence lines and looking for breaks or signs of intrusion. Nothing seemed amiss until we reached the far eastern corner where our property bordered undeveloped forest land. "Dad," Lucas called, pointing toward the trees. "Look at that." A narrow trail cut through the underbrush, one I hadn't noticed before. It was well worn, about 18 inches wide, disappearing into the pines. "That's not one of our trails," I said, dismounting to examine it closer. The path showed no clear footprints, just compressed vegetation and disturbed soil. "Should we follow it?" Carter asked. I hesitated. The smart move would be to turn back, call the game warden, let professionals investigate. But something pulled at me, a need to know what had happened to Bruno, to our sheep. "We'll follow it a little way," I decided. "Stay close." The trail wound through the forest for about half a mile before reaching a small stream. The dogs ran ahead, sniffing excitedly. I dismounted, letting my horse drink while scanning the area. The forest was quiet, except for the gurgling water and occasional bird call. Then I heard it. A cough. Not an animal sound, not a branch breaking, but the distinct sound of someone clearing their throat. I froze, hand moving to my rifle. "Who's there?" I called out. No answer. The horses shifted nervously, sensing my tension. Lucas and Carter exchanged worried glances, while Ethan moved his horse closer to mine. "Dad," Lucas whispered. I shook my head, signaling for silence. The dogs had disappeared into a dense thicket about 20 yards downstream. After a minute, they emerged, behaving strangely, tails tucked, moving quickly back to us rather than exploring further. "Let's go," I said, suddenly certain we were being watched. We mounted up, turning the horses toward home. That's when it happened. The sound began as a low, guttural howl that raised the hair on my arms. It grew in volume and pitch until it transformed into something like a scream. A woman's scream, but wrong somehow. Too powerful, too raw. It came from the thicket where the dogs had been, echoing through the trees. The horses reared in panic. The dogs cowered behind my legs. Before the echo faded, another cry answered from across the valley, the same unearthly sound, but more distant. Then silence. Complete silence. No birds, no insects, nothing. "Dad?" Ethan's voice shook. "Ride," I said quietly, mounting my horse. "Don't stop until we reach the house." We galloped back, taking the direct route rather than following our original path. No one spoke. The silence in the forest persisted for half a mile before normal sounds gradually returned. Back at the house, Ellie met us on the porch, concern etched on her face. "What happened?" she asked, taking in our expressions. "We heard something," Lucas answered before I could. "In the woods. That night, after the boys were in bed, I told Ellie everything. Bruno's bizarre death, Bill's story, and what we'd experienced in the forest. It was a warning," I concluded. "Whatever's out there, it was telling us to stay away." "You think it was what Bill described?" she asked skeptically. "Some kind of creature?" I ran a hand through my hair. "I don't know what it was, but it wasn't natural, Ellie. No animal makes that sound." The following morning, I found tracks outside our chicken coop, large, bare footprints unlike anything I'd seen before. Too big for a person, shaped wrong for a bear. They stopped abruptly at the corner of the building as if whatever made them had simply vanished. December arrived with heavy snow and bitter cold. We lost 2 chickens, despite reinforced coops. Each time, the only evidence was a single feather left on our porch step. By Christmas, I'd installed more security cameras and motion-activated lights. We kept the dogs inside at night. The boys weren't allowed outside alone. When friends asked why we'd cancelled our winter boarding services, I made excuses about renovations. The incident stopped as abruptly as they'd begun, but the damage was done. We no longer felt safe on our own property. Ethan had nightmares about the screaming lady. Carter refused to ride anywhere near the eastern fence. Lucas acted tough but kept his window locked and curtains drawn. In February, a professor from Northern Arizona University contacted me after hearing rumors about strange occurrences in the area. Dr. Landon specialized in folklore and cryptozoology, the study of animals whose existence hasn't been proven. I agreed to meet him, desperate for answers. We sat in my kitchen while he recorded our conversation. I told him everything, holding nothing back. "What you described fits reports across the Southwest," he said when I finished. "The Yavapai, Apache, and Navajo all have stories of forest-dwelling beings that mark territory by placing animals in trees." "So, it's real?" I asked. Dr. Landon removed his glasses. "I believe you encountered something real, Mr. Reeves. Whether it's a known animal behaving in unusual ways or something science hasn't classified, I can't say for certain." He showed me photos of large, unexplained footprints similar to those I'd found. He played audio recordings of vocalizations from the Olympic Peninsula in Washington state that made my skin crawl, screams nearly identical to what we'd heard. "Whatever it is," he continued, "it seems territorial rather than overtly aggressive toward humans. The animals in trees, the missing livestock, these are warnings, boundary markers." "So what do we do?" I asked. "Respect the boundary," he said simply. "These encounters typically follow a pattern. They intensify in autumn when the creatures establish winter territories, then decrease as spring approaches." Before leaving, Dr. Landon gave me his card with a number scrawled on the back. "If you see it clearly, get a photo if possible. But don't pursue it, Mr. Reeves. Don't cross that stream again." Spring came, melting the snow and easing our fears somewhat. We fixed fences, repaired the chicken coop, and planted a vegetable garden. Life seemed almost normal, though none of us ventured near the eastern woods. In April, I listed the property for sale. Ellie didn't argue, neither did the boys. Some places aren't meant for settling and some boundaries aren't meant to be crossed. We found a smaller ranch closer to town, no mysterious woods, no unexplained trails. The day we moved, I walked our old property one last time, stopping at the eastern fence line. The forest beyond looked ordinary in daylight, just trees and undergrowth and shifting shadows. I left a peace offering there, a young lamb purchased specifically for this purpose, tied loosely to a post with enough rope to graze, but not escape. By morning, it would be gone. Not a sale condition I disclosed to the new owners, but a necessary farewell. As I turned to leave, the wind carried that same scent I'd noticed the previous fall. Decay and something else. Something watching. I didn't look back. Some warnings only need to be heard once, and we'd received ours. The family that bought our property moved out within 6 months. They never said why. I didn't ask. Some questions are better left unanswered. Story 5. I never should have made that last visit alone. I knew moving to the East Coast meant leaving behind my family's plot of earth in Montana's remote hills. But something inside me couldn't leave without saying goodbye to Dad. 20 years gone, and I still felt the need to talk to a granite stone. The drive out to Warren Cemetery took longer than I remembered. City life had made me forget how vast the spaces between places could be out here. My pickup bumped along a rutted dirt road that hadn't seen maintenance in years, patches of early fall snow collecting in the shadowy spots beneath pine trees. The radio had lost signal 20 minutes back, leaving me alone with the engine's hum and my thoughts. I parked at the fence line where the road ended. From here, I had to walk through Old Man Tanner's pasture land to reach the cemetery gate. The Tanners had always allowed the Warrens access through their property, a neighborly agreement going back generations. The cattle watched me with dull interest as I followed the worn path through brittle yellow grass. The family cemetery sat on a small rise, maybe an acre in total, surrounded by a rusting chain-link fence. Beyond it stretched dense pine forest in 3 directions, with the pasture opening to the south. It was nearly noon when I finally pushed open the creaking gate and stepped onto Warren ground. Dad's grave sat toward the back, near Grandpa Warren and the older plots. The marker was simple: James Warren, 1953-1998, beloved father. I knelt down, brushing away pine needles that had collected on the flat stone. "Hey, Dad," I said, my voice sounding strange in the stillness. "It's been a while." The wind picked up, rustling through the trees surrounding the cemetery. I placed the small bundle of wildflowers I'd collected on the drive over against his headstone. My eyes watered, but I blamed it on the sharp October air. "I got that job in Boston," I continued, picking at the edge of his stone. "The one I told Mom about last Christmas. It's a good position. Better money than I'm making now. I can finally pay off those student loans." A crow called from somewhere in the trees, its harsh sound echoing. I wiped my eyes with my sleeve and continued talking, telling Dad about my plans for the move, my hopes for the future, all the things I wished I could ask his advice on. 20 years, and the hollow space where he should be hadn't shrunk an inch. I was in the middle of explaining my apartment search when something moved in my peripheral vision. Just beyond the cemetery fence, at the edge of the tree line, something large shifted between the pines. My first thought was a hunter. Deer season would be starting soon, and trespassers occasionally wandered onto Tannerland. I turned my head slightly, not wanting to make direct eye contact if it was a person. But what stood partially hidden behind a thick pine wasn't a hunter. It wasn't a person at all. The figure stood upright on two legs, but it was too tall, at least 8 feet. Its body was covered completely in dark, matted hair, a brownish-grey color, like old moss. The hair hung in thick strands, some as long as 4 or 5 inches, giving it a shaggy, unkempt appearance. Though I couldn't make out facial features clearly through the hair, the silhouette was unmistakably primate-like, with broad shoulders and long arms. My heart slammed against my ribs. I forced myself to look back at Dad's grave, pretending I hadn't seen anything, while my mind raced with possible explanations. Bear, standing on hind legs. No, the proportions were all wrong. A man in a costume, out here, miles from anywhere. A memory surfaced. Grandpa Warren sitting by the fireplace telling me stories I'd long ago filed away as tall tales, stories about the woods people who kept to themselves in the deepest parts of the forest. "They've been here longer than us," he'd said. "They just want to be left alone." I'd laughed at those stories as a teenager. I wasn't laughing now. Another movement caught my eye, this time to my right. A second figure, identical to the first, moved into position at the edge of the trees. Then a third appeared, and a fourth. With growing horror, I realized they were positioning themselves around the perimeter of the cemetery. I was being surrounded. The wind shifted, bringing with it a stench so powerful I had to fight the urge to gag. It was a feral smell, like wet animal fur mixed with something rotting and musky. I'd never smelled anything like it, but every primitive part of my brain screamed danger. Then came the sound. It started as a low moan from the creature directly behind me, rising slowly in pitch until it became a wavering howl. A second voice joined in, then a third, creating an eerie chorus that sounded like sirens wailing in the distance. The sound made the hair on my arms stand up. I remembered Grandpa's stories now. He called these sounds tree knocks and whoops. He claimed they were how the creatures communicated with each other. I'd thought it was just colorful backwoods folklore. Now I was trapped in the middle of it. I could see 5 of them now, stationed at intervals around the cemetery fence. They made no move to climb over or approach, but their message was clear. I was not to leave. My truck sat parked at the edge of the pasture, maybe 300 yards away. It might as well have been 300 miles. Panic bubbled up in my chest. I wanted to run, to scream, to curl into a ball and hide. But another of Grandpa's lessons came back to me. Never run from a predator that's stalking you. That's what prey does. I forced myself to breathe slowly, in through the nose, out through the mouth. The creatures remained motionless at the tree line, watching, waiting. For what? I didn't know. I had to make a decision. Staying in the cemetery until nightfall wasn't an option. Whatever these beings wanted, I doubted darkness would improve my situation. My only chance was to leave now, to walk as calmly as possible back to my truck. I placed my hand on Dad's headstone one last time. "I think I'm in trouble, Dad," I whispered. "I wish you were here." I arranged the wildflowers neatly against the stone, my fingers trembling. Then I stood up, brushed the dirt from my jeans, and turned toward the gate. The nearest creature stood directly in my path to freedom, its massive form partially concealed by a pine tree. I could feel its eyes on me, though I couldn't make them out through the curtain of matted hair. I started walking, keeping my pace measured and deliberate. No sudden movements, no running. Every step felt like moving through molasses, my body fighting the urge to sprint. The smell grew stronger as I approached the gate. My stomach churned, but I kept my eyes fixed on a point just beyond the creature, refusing to make direct eye contact. Grandpa had been firm about that. Don't challenge them by staring. I reached the gate and pushed it open with a metallic creak that seemed deafening in the silence. The whooping had stopped, but now I could hear something else, a low rumbling sound coming from the creatures. Not quite a growl, but something deeper, like rocks grinding together underground. Step by step, I made my way across the pasture. The creatures moved too, keeping pace with me, just inside the tree line, their massive forms sliding from trunk to trunk, with surprising grace for their size. They were escorting me out. Halfway to the truck, my nerve nearly broke. One of the creatures moved ahead of the others, cutting through the trees at an angle that would intercept my path. My step faltered, and I had to bite my tongue to keep from running. But it stopped short of emerging from the forest, maintaining the unspoken boundary. I continued walking, my legs wooden, my back crawling with the certainty that at any moment one of them would charge. After what felt like hours, I reached my truck. My hands shook so badly I dropped the keys twice before managing to unlock the door. I climbed inside, locked the doors, and started the engine. Through the windshield, I could see them lined up at the edge of the trees. 5 massive figures, standing unnaturally still, watching. I put the truck in reverse, backed up until I could turn around, then shifted into drive and started down the dirt road. I kept my speed steady, not too fast, not too panicked, until I rounded the first bend and the cemetery disappeared from view. Then I floored it. The truck bounced and slid on the uneven road, but I didn't ease up until I hit pavement 10 minutes later. Only then did I pull over, cut the engine, and let the delayed reaction hit me. My whole body trembled. I bent over the steering wheel and sobbed, great heaving gulps of air that seemed to catch in my throat. What I'd seen wasn't possible. Creatures like that didn't exist in modern America. They were myths, legends, the stuff of late-night television shows and blurry photographs. But I knew what I'd seen. The height, the hair, the sounds, the smell. Sasquatch, Bigfoot, the woods people, whatever name you wanted to give them, I'd encountered 5 of them, and they had let me go. I started the truck again and drove back to town in a daze. At the first gas station, I scrubbed my face in the bathroom, trying to erase the tear tracks and look normal. The attendant barely glanced at me when I paid for a coffee I didn't want. "You okay, miss?" he asked, probably noticing my pallor. "Fine," I said, "just tired from the drive." I considered telling him what I'd seen, considered calling the sheriff or a newspaper or one of those TV shows that investigated paranormal claims. But what would I say? Who would believe me? Besides, something held me back. The creatures had surrounded me, trapped me, but they hadn't hurt me. They'd escorted me to my truck and watched me leave. They'd been protecting something, their territory maybe, or simply their existence. Grandpa's words echoed again. They'd been here longer than us. They just want to be left alone. I drove back to my rental house and packed my things. My flight to Boston was scheduled for the following week, but I changed it to the next morning, paying the fee without complaint. Some ancestral knowledge told me I wouldn't sleep soundly in Montana again. I never reported what I saw, never told anyone except in this account. I moved to Boston, took the job, built a new life 3,000 miles from the Warren family cemetery. I send flowers for Dad's grave now, paying a local service to deliver them twice a year. Sometimes I dream of them, massive figures standing at the edge of a forest, watching me with eyes I can't quite see. In the dreams, they're always still there, guarding the boundary between their world and mine, between the known and the unknown. And sometimes when the wind howls between Boston's tall buildings, I think I hear an echo of that sound, that rising whoop that starts low and climbs to a wailing crescendo. Whoop, 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 a reminder of what waits in the deep woods of my homeland. A warning to stay away. I've never gone back to Warren Cemetery, never will. Some goodbyes, I've learned, are meant to be final. Story 6. The Jeep's AC choked out its last cold breath somewhere in western Nebraska. Now, as we cut through the barren stretch of South Dakota's I-90, sweat trickled down my neck despite the open windows. Our graduation trip was supposed to be the last hurrah before adulthood crashed down on us, but with Y2K looming 6 months away, there was an underlying current of uncertainty about what that adulthood would even look like. "There it is!" Sandy shouted, nearly jumping out of the passenger seat. "Mount Rushmore, Becca, just like the pictures." I squinted at the distant presidential faces carved into the mountainside. After 3 days of cornfields and prairies, the monument was a welcome change of scenery. "Let's find a place to camp," I said, rolling up my window as we approached. "Somewhere quiet where we can do some investigating." Sandy grinned, clutching her well-worn copy of Sasquatch the Definitive Guide that hadn't left her side since freshman year. Perfect hunting grounds out here, remote, forested, minimal human contact. I nodded, more focused on the ghost hunting equipment packed in the back. My parents thought I was crazy, spending my graduation money on night vision goggles and digital recorders, but tonight might finally prove them wrong. We found a campsite about 3 miles from the tourist center, nestled in a clearing surrounded by thick pines. The ranger at the entrance had warned us about bears, but gave us a permit after checking our gear. "Bears I can handle," Sandy said as we hammered tent stakes into the hard ground. "It's what the Lakota called Chietanka I'm after." "The wild man," I translated, having heard Sandy's cryptid lectures for 4 years straight. "Exactly. And this area has had 17 reported sightings since 1970. I finished securing my tent and unpacked my equipment. Night vision goggles, 2 IR flashlights, digital recorder, temperature gauge, and my newest toy, a green laser grid pen for mapping spatial anomalies. $4,000 of ghost hunting tech that I'd been dying to use somewhere other than our college's supposedly haunted theater. "I'm going to set up some audio recorders around the perimeter," I told Sandy. "Want to help?" She shook her head. "Too early. These creatures are nocturnal. I'm going to check out that stream we passed about a 1/4 mile back. Coming?" The stream was clear and cold, cutting through the forest floor like a glass ribbon. We spent a couple hours there, Sandy examining track impressions in the mud while I set up my digital recorder to capture the natural baseline sounds. The sun began its descent behind the trees, casting long shadows across the water. "We should head back," I said, checking my watch. "Set up before dark." Sandy nodded, packing her plaster casting kit without having found anything worth preserving. "Tonight feels right, though. I can sense it." The trek back to camp took longer than expected. The forest looked different in the fading light, trees more imposing, shadows deeper. When we finally broke through to our clearing, I stopped so suddenly that Sandy bumped into me. "What the hell?" I whispered. Our campsite was destroyed. Both tents lay flattened, their supports snapped like twigs. Our supplies, food, clothes, sleeping bags, were scattered in a 20-foot radius. My equipment case had been opened, though thankfully most of the gear remained inside. "Bear," I suggested. But even as I said it, I knew bears don't neatly dismantle things. They tear, rip, destroy. This looked almost methodical. Sandy crouched near one end of the clearing, her hand hovering over an impression in the soft dirt. "Becca," she called, her voice tight with excitement and fear. "Look at this." I knelt beside her, staring at what was unmistakably a footprint, at least 16 inches long, with 5 distinct toe impressions, wider across the front than a human foot would be. "It's a print," Sandy whispered, running her fingers along its edge, "and it's fresh." I looked around and spotted more. A trail of massive footprints leading from our campsite into the dense woods. "There's another set over here," I called, pointing to a second trail heading in a different direction. "And these are even bigger." Sandy's face flushed with excitement. "They travel in family groups. That's consistent with reported behavior." The rational part of my brain suggested we pack what remained of our belongings and leave. But 4 years of college had left me with massive student debt and nothing to show for it, except a psychology degree and a reputation as the campus weirdo. This was our chance to document something real. "We should follow them," I said, already reaching for my equipment case. "Split up," Sandy suggested, eyes gleaming. "Cover more ground. I'll follow the main set of tracks. They're clearer. You take the higher path with your recorder." I nodded, strapping on my gear, night vision goggles around my neck, IR flashlight secured to my belt, digital recorder in one hand and the laser grid pen in the other. The sun had almost completely set now, bathing everything in purple twilight. 2 hours, I told Sandy. "Then we meet back here no matter what. And take this." I handed her one of the IR flashlights. "Animals can't see infrared light, so it won't scare anything away." Sandy took it, already busy checking her camera and extra batteries. 2 hours, she agreed. I watched her disappear into the trees, following the footprints, before turning toward the higher slope where the second set led. The forest grew thicker as I climbed, branches scraping against my arms. I switched on my digital recorder, speaking in hushed tones. June 17th, 1999, Mount Rushmore National Forest. Following unidentified tracks after finding campsite destroyed. Time is... I checked my watch. 8:42 p.m. The climb steepened and the tracks became harder to follow on the rocky ground. After about 45 minutes, I lost them completely. I stopped to catch my breath, sweeping the IR flashlight across the dark forest. Nothing but trees and underbrush. I pulled the night vision goggles over my eyes, adjusting to the greenish view they provided. Something cracked in the distance, a branch breaking underfoot. I froze, listening. For several long seconds, there was only silence. Then it came again. A sharp, deliberate knock, like wood striking wood. Then another, and another. 3 knocks, a pause, 3 more knocks. I raised the recorder higher, turning slowly to triangulate the sound. It came again, this time from a different direction. 3 knocks, a pause, response knocks from somewhere to my right. My heart hammered against my ribs. I knew about wood knocking. It was mentioned in every Bigfoot documentary Sandy had forced me to watch. Supposed communication between the creatures. I checked my watch, 9:37 p.m. I should head back, find Sandy. But the knocking continued, growing louder, more insistent, and coming from multiple directions now. I was being surrounded. Moving as quietly as possible, I began working my way back down the slope, keeping the IR flashlight trained ahead of me. Through the night vision goggles, the forest was a sea of green shadows, trees transformed into looming figures. Another series of knocks, closer now. I quickened my pace, nearly tripping over an exposed root. The path I'd taken up the slope seemed to have vanished, landmarks unrecognizable in the dark. Then I saw her, Through the goggles, Sandy's heat signature glowed bright white against the cooler forest. She was about 100 yards downslope, moving slowly, her IR camera sweeping back and forth in front of her. Relief flooded through me. I opened my mouth to call out, then stopped. Behind Sandy, partially hidden by a massive pine, stood something enormous. Through the night vision, I could make out a towering figure, at least 9 feet tall, with broad shoulders and long arms. It was watching her. My mouth went dry. I couldn't shout. The sound might provoke it. Instead, I fumbled for my phone before remembering it was useless out here with no signal. Sandy continued forward, oblivious to what lurked just 30 feet behind her. The creature shifted, raising long arms above its head. Its mouth opened in what I knew would be a blood-curdling whoop cut through the night, primal and terrifying. The sound echoed through the trees, making my skin crawl. Before it even finished, another whoop answered from about 15 yards to my right. Then another from the left. Different pitches, different individuals. Sandy froze, her camera dropping to her side. Even from this distance, I could see her trembling. The creature behind her took a step forward, massive foot causing a branch to snap. Sandy whirled around, IR camera raised. Through my goggles, I saw her stumble backward as she finally saw what was approaching. I had seconds to act. My hand closed around the laser grid pen, an idea forming. I switched it on, the green laser dots projecting onto the trees and ground around Sandy. The creature paused, massive head turning toward the sudden appearance of light. I moved the grid, drawing the dots away from Sandy, across the forest floor toward thicker trees. The creature followed the movement, head swiveling to track the strange green constellation. "Run!" I mouthed, hoping Sandy could see me in the darkness. She stood frozen for another second before understanding flashed across her face. As the creature took another step toward the laser grid, Sandy backed away, then turned and ran toward me. I switched off the laser the moment Sandy was clear, plunging the area back into darkness and confusing the creature. It turned in a circle, arms swinging, before letting out another piercing whoop. The calls were answered immediately from multiple directions, closer now. "Go, go!" I hissed as Sandy reached me, grabbing her arm and pulling her down the slope. We crashed through the underbrush, abandoning any attempt at stealth for speed. Branches whipped against my face, my night vision goggles bouncing uselessly around my neck now. Behind us, the forest erupted with movement, heavy footfalls breaking branches, more whooping calls coordinating the pursuit. I switched on the regular flashlight, no longer caring if they saw the beam. We needed to see where we were going. "The truck!" Sandy gasped as we ran. "Head for the road!" We veered left, toward where I thought the main path should be. My lungs burned, legs aching as we sprinted through the trees. The footsteps behind us grew louder, faster. Something large crashed through the trees to our right, cutting across our path. I caught a glimpse of a massive silhouette, taller than any human, moving with surprising speed. Sandy screamed, veering away from it. "There!" she shouted, pointing ahead where the trees thinned. The dirt road appeared, and beyond it, our jeep sat exactly where we'd left it. We redoubled our efforts, feet pounding against the packed earth. Behind us, angry whoops and grunts filled the night air. I fumbled for the keys in my pocket as we approached the vehicle, thumb finding the unlock button. The jeep's lights flashed as the locks disengaged. We reached it seconds later, tearing open the doors and throwing ourselves inside. I jammed the key into the ignition, the engine roaring to life. Sandy slammed her door just as something large emerged from the tree line. In the headlights, I caught a glimpse of matted dark fur, broad shoulders, and a face that was neither human nor ape. Before I threw the jeep into reverse, tires spinning on the dirt road, the creature raised its arms, releasing another deafening whoop as we sped away backward. I spun the wheel, shifting into drive, and floored the accelerator. The jeep fishtailed before straightening out, headlights bouncing across the trees as we sped toward the main park road. "Did you see it?" Sandy screamed, gripping the dashboard. "Did you see it?" My knuckles were white on the steering wheel. "I saw it, I saw them." "They were real," she said, voice cracking. "They were real, and they were hunting us." We drove straight to the ranger station, tires screeching as I slammed on the brakes in front of the small wooden building. A startled ranger emerged, hand resting instinctively on his sidearm until he saw two terrified women tumbling out of the jeep. "Whoa, ladies! What's going on?" he asked, raising his hands. We spilled our story in frantic, overlapping sentences. The destroyed camp, the footprints, the creatures in the woods. The ranger, whose nameplate read Johnson, listened with an expression that shifted from concern to skepticism. "Let me get this straight," he said when we'd finished. "You saw a family of Bigfoot creatures that destroyed your campsite and then chased you through the woods?" "I have recordings," I insisted, holding up my digital recorder. "And Sandy has—" "I dropped my camera," Sandy interrupted, face falling. "When I ran, it's still out there." Ranger Johnson sighed, removing his hat and running a hand through his thinning hair. "Look, ladies, we get bear encounters this time of year. Black bears can stand on their hind legs, look mighty big in the dark. These weren't bears," I said firmly. "I saw them through night vision. They communicated with each other. They surrounded us." "I'll tell you what," he said, replacing his hat. "I'll drive out to your campsite first thing in the morning. Check for tracks. Look for your camera. If there's evidence of anything unusual, we'll investigate further." It was clear he was humoring us, but it was the best we were going to get. We gave him directions to our campsite and spent the night in the jeep, parked under the bright lights of the ranger station's lot. Neither of us slept. At dawn, Ranger Johnson knocked on our window, thermos in hand. "Coffee?" he offered. "I'm heading out to check your site now. You're welcome to follow in your vehicle, but I'd prefer you stay at the ranger station." We opted to follow, keeping a good distance behind his truck. The morning light made the forest seem benign, almost laughable as a setting for last night's terror. But as we approached the turnoff to our campsite, my stomach knotted. The ranger parked, and we pulled in behind him. He stepped out, hand resting casually on his sidearm as he surveyed the area. "Stay here," he instructed, heading toward where we'd indicated our campsite was located. Through the windshield, we watched him disappear into the trees. 10 minutes passed, then 20. "What's taking so long?" Sandy muttered, chewing her thumbnail. When Ranger Johnson finally emerged, his expression had changed. He walked stiffly back to our jeep, something clutched in his hand. "Found your camera," he said, handing the mud-smeared device to Sandy. "And I saw your campsite." He paused, looking uncomfortable. "It's destroyed, all right." "And the footprints?" I pressed. He hesitated. "There are impressions. Large ones. I've called in some specialists from Rapid City. They'll want to talk to you both." Sandy and I exchanged glances. "You believe us?" she asked quietly. Ranger Johnson adjusted his hat, eyes scanning the tree line. "Let's just say I've worked these woods for 17 years. There are things out here folks from the city wouldn't understand." He cleared his throat. "I suggest you two head back to town while we investigate. Leave a number where the specialists can reach you." We nodded, relief and vindication washing over us. As we pulled away, I noticed Ranger Johnson standing motionless, staring into the forest with his hand still resting on his sidearm. That night, in a motel room in Rapid City, Sandy managed to recover some images from her damaged camera. Most were blurry or corrupted, but one showed a distinct thermal outline of something massive standing between two trees, something that, according to the scale markers on her camera, stood over 9 feet tall. The specialists never called. When we phoned the ranger station the next day, we were told Ranger Johnson was on leave and that our report had been filed as a bear encounter. We still have the picture, though, and somewhere in those woods they're still out there, watching, waiting, communicating in those patterns of 3. Num. Story 7. I stared at our new house with the same suspicion I'd been carrying since Dad announced we were moving from Wyoming to this swampy corner of Louisiana. The place stood alone, surrounded by fields that eventually gave way to thick forest. A perfect trap, I thought. Just 3 months earlier, I'd been sledding with friends in Casper. Now, in May 1996, I was sweating through my t-shirt before breakfast. "Nathan, grab that box from the truck," Dad called, already back to his work clothes, despite having just finished the 18-hour drive. His new maintenance job came with this house on the massive Blackwell property, which stretched for miles in every direction. I hauled the box inside where my twin sisters, Amy and Lisa, bounced around the living room, like the 6-year-olds they were, touching everything and asking Grandma endless questions. "Girls, settle down now," Grandma Jenkins said, her voice carrying that deep Louisiana drawl she'd never lost, even after decades in Wyoming. She'd moved with us to help Dad raise us since Mom passed 3 years ago. The first week passed in a blur of unpacking and exploring the immediate grounds. Dad was gone most days, maintaining equipment across the sprawling Blackwell estate. The property had once been a productive timber operation, but now mostly sat idle, except for a small working area where Dad spent his days. It was during my second week that I first heard Grandma's warning. I was lacing up my sneakers on the porch, planning to explore the woods. "Nathan, where you headed?" She appeared in the doorway, wiping her hands on her apron. "Just checking out the forest," I answered, pointing to the dense tree line about 300 yards from our back door. Her face hardened. "No, you listen here. Don't you ever cut through those woods. You go round by the road if you need to get somewhere." I nodded but didn't take it seriously. Adults always had rules that made no sense. The next day at school, I met a few kids who lived in the Pinewood trailer park about a mile away. As the crow flies, it was much closer than that if you cut through the woods, which I started doing regularly, despite Grandma's warnings. What she didn't know wouldn't hurt her. It was late June when it happened. Dad had the day off, and we were all in the backyard. The twins had challenged me to a race across the field toward the woods, not into them, just to the edge and back. I gave them a head start because even though I was 10, I could easily outrun my sisters. "Go!" Dad shouted, and we took off. I let Amy and Lisa get about halfway across the field before I started running. The summer heat pressed down, but the breeze felt good against my face as I picked up speed. I was about 20 yards behind them when I heard it. Snap! Like a tree breaking, a big one. I slowed, turning toward the tree line. The twins, oblivious, kept running ahead. That's when I saw it. Something huge and dark moved between 2 large oak trees at the forest edge. My first thought was bear, but we weren't in Wyoming anymore. It was bipedal, standing upright, and even from this distance I could tell it was massive, taller than any man I'd ever seen. The thing made a grunting sound, like air being pushed forcefully through a nose. Then it turned and walked away, disappearing into the trees. "Nathan, you're losing!" Lisa yelled from ahead. I didn't care about the race anymore. As I jogged to catch up with them, a smell hit me, horrible and thick, worse than a dead dog and sewer mixed together. I gagged, covering my nose with my shirt. "What's wrong with you?" Amy asked when I reached them, both hands still pinching my nostrils closed. "Don't you smell that?" I gasped. They both sniffed the air and shrugged. "Smells like grass," Lisa said. The rest of the day I couldn't shake what I'd seen. I tried convincing myself it was just a local hunter in dark clothes, but hunters don't stand 7 feet tall, and they don't leave behind a stench that could make a skunk jealous. That night, I let our dog Jasper out for his evening bathroom break. He was a mutt with some lab in him, about 70 pounds of muscle and loyalty. Usually, he'd do his business quickly and scratch at the door to come back in. Not tonight. Jasper stood rigid at the edge of our yard, hackles raised, staring into the darkness toward the field. Then, the neighborhood dogs started up. First one, then three. Then what seemed like every dog for miles around began howling and barking. Jasper joined in, his bark deeper and more urgent than I'd ever heard before. I stepped onto the porch. "Jasper! Come on, boy!" That's when I heard it. From across the field, maybe 300 yards away, came a sound that stopped my heart. It was like a gorilla's bark, but deeper, louder and more human somehow. The sound echoed across the empty field, silencing every dog in the area, including Jasper, who bolted for the door, nearly knocking me over as he scrambled inside. And with that sound came the smell again. Even from this distance, that same putrid stench reached me. I slammed the door shut, locked it and leaned against it, breathing hard. Through the window I could see nothing but darkness. Dad was working a night shift, leaving me alone with Grandma and the twins, who were already asleep upstairs. I checked every door and window in the house, making sure they were locked. Then I settled in the living room with the TV on low, pretending to watch but really just waiting to see if anything would happen. Jasper stayed pressed against my leg, trembling occasionally. Nearly an hour passed this way. I was starting to think I'd imagined the whole thing when I heard it, a light tap against the side of the house. At first, I thought it might be a branch, but there weren't any trees close enough to touch the house. Tap, tap, tap. It sounded like small rocks or pebbles hitting the aluminum siding. I muted the TV and listened. The tapping continued, moving around the perimeter of the house. Jasper growled low in his throat. Then something much larger struck the roof with a loud thunk. It sounded like a baseball. No, bigger. A rock the size of a softball at least. My heart pounding, I crept to the window near the front door. We had exterior lights that Dad had installed our first week here, and the switch was just inside the door. I hesitated, then flipped it on. The yard flooded with light. And that's when I saw it. An enormous figure stood at the edge of our yard, about 40 feet from the house. It was tall, at least 8 feet, and covered in reddish-brown hair that hung in jagged clumps, 5 or 6 inches long. The sudden light startled it, and I got a clear view as it turned to run back toward the trees. It moved with a gait I'd never seen before, arms swinging but not like a gorilla, more upright but not quite like a human either. The hair, or fur I couldn't tell, covered its entire body, including what I could see of its face as it glanced back once before disappearing into the darkness. I stood frozen, unable to move or even breathe for what felt like minutes. Jasper whined and pressed himself against the far corner of the room, as far from the windows as he could get. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, jumping at every sound outside. I considered waking Grandma, but decided against it. What would I say? That I saw a monster? That the thing she'd warned me about in the woods was real? By morning, I'd almost convinced myself it was just my imagination. Almost, except for the smell that still lingered near the house and the fresh scratch marks I found on a tree near where it had stood. Dad came home tired from his night shift and went straight to bed. The twins woke up full of energy as usual, oblivious to what had happened. Grandma made breakfast, eyeing me suspiciously as I pushed eggs around my plate. "You look like you've seen a ghost, child," she said, placing her hand on my forehead to check for fever. "Just didn't sleep good," I mumbled. Was all she said, but her eyes lingered on me longer than usual. After breakfast, I went outside, careful to stay near the house. I searched the yard and found several small rocks scattered near the walls, the pebbles that had hit the siding. And there, in the soft dirt near the edge of our property, was what looked like a footprint. It was huge, easily twice the size of my dad's boot, and deep, like whatever made it was heavy. The impression wasn't clear enough to make out toes or anything, just an oblong depression that couldn't be explained by any animal I knew. I never told Grandma or my sisters what happened that night. I never told anyone. What was the point? Who would believe me? and I didn't want to scare the twins or give Dad another reason to worry about us while he was working. But I never ignored Grandma's warnings again. I never cut through those woods, always taking the long way around by road to get to my friends' homes. Sometimes at night, I'd hear the neighborhood dogs start up their chorus of barking and howling, and I'd wonder if they sensed it out there. I never saw the creature again during the 2 years we lived in that house. Dad eventually found a better-paying job closer to town, and we moved to a neighborhood with actual neighbors within shouting distance. I was 12 by then and had almost managed to convince myself that what I'd seen that night was just my imagination running wild. Almost. Years later, when I was in high school, I finally worked up the courage to ask Grandma about her warnings. "Why were you so serious about us not going into those woods?" I asked as we sat on the porch of her new house in town. She stopped rocking in her chair and gave me a long, hard look. "Some places ain't meant for people to go, Nathan. Them woods, they belonged to something else long before we ever came along." "What kind of something else?" I pressed. She just shook her head. "Don't matter what you call it. Every culture's got a name for the things that live in the dark places, but names don't make 'em any less real." That was all she would say on the matter, but it was enough for me to know that what I saw that night wasn't just in my head. It was real, and Grandma knew it. I still think about that creature sometimes. What it was, what it wanted, why it approached our house that night. Was it curious, territorial, hungry? I'll never know. But one thing's for certain. There are things in this world that don't fit neatly into science books or natural history museums. Things that stay hidden in the dark corners of the world, coming out only when they choose to. And if you're unlucky enough to see one, like I was, you never forget it. You never stop looking over your shoulder when you hear an unexpected twig snap in the woods. You never stop wondering what else might be out there, watching and waiting in the shadows. Story 8. My hands were steady as I adjusted the transit level, something I prided myself on even in the most God-forsaken stretches of wilderness. November 1942, and the wind coming off the mountains carried the promise of an early winter. I'd been up since dawn, marking a possible route through a valley about 20 miles west of Tauke. The fog had rolled in thick as soup around noon, and now at 3 o'clock, visibility was down to maybe 30 feet in any direction. "God-damn waste of daylight," I muttered, packing up my equipment. My name is Joseph Mercer, civil engineer in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and for the past 8 months, I'd been one of the locators on the Alaska Highway project. While bulldozers and work crews pushed through the wilderness behind us, men like me scouted ahead, mapping routes through some of the most unforgiving terrain in North America. The Alaska Highway, 1,500 miles from Dawson Creek, British Columbia, to Delta Junction, Alaska, was being built in record time. Pearl Harbor had changed everything. The Japanese threat to Alaska was real, and this road was our lifeline to defend the territory. I shouldered my pack and checked my compass. Base camp was northwest, about 4 miles through dense forest. I could make it before dark if I moved quickly. The trees closed in around me as I left the valley floor, the fog hanging between trunks like dirty cotton. My boots sank ankle-deep in moss and perpetually damp earth. The silence was near complete. No birds, no wind, just the occasional drip of moisture from overhead branches. 3/4 of a mile in, I stopped dead in my tracks. A low, rumbling moan rolled through the forest. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, vibrating in my chest. I'd heard plenty of animal sounds in my months up here, wolves, bears, moose, but nothing like this. The sound rose in pitch and volume until it became something I can only describe as a bull elephant, screaming in frustration and fear. The forest itself seemed to shake. Small branches rained down around me, then silence again, but only for a moment before another moan, this one ending in something that sounded disturbingly like crying. My first instinct was to head straight back to camp, But the sound came again, and I found myself walking toward it instead, moving carefully, stopping every few yards to listen. The terrain changed as I pushed forward, becoming wetter underfoot. I recognized the warning signs immediately. Muskeg. We'd lost equipment and nearly lost men to these treacherous bogs that could look like solid ground, but swallow anything unfortunate enough to wander onto them. I slowed my pace, testing each step. The moaning grew louder, punctuated by splashing sounds. Through a break in the trees, I saw a small clearing filled with mist, and something moving in the center of it, something big. I crouched behind a fallen log, pulled out my binoculars, and adjusted the focus. What I saw stopped my breath in my lungs. In the middle of a muskeg pond thrashed a creature I had only heard described in whispered stories told by the native workers. They called them bushmen, massive, hair-covered beings that walked upright like men, but were definitely not human. Most of the white workers dismissed these as tall tales, local superstition. But there it was, enormous, at least 8 feet tall, covered in dark brown hair now matted with mud and vegetation. It was sunk to its waist in the bog, its powerful arms clutching at nearby vegetation that kept tearing away in its grip. It let out another of those terrible screams, and I ducked lower, heart hammering against my ribs. My hands shook as I raised the binoculars again. The creature was looking in my direction now. Its face was somewhere between ape and human. A broad, flat nose, a heavy brow ridge, but with eyes that sent a chill through me. They were not animal eyes. They were expressive, intelligent, and right now filled with fear. I don't know how long I stayed frozen there, watching it struggle. 5 minutes, 15. The sun was noticeably lower, the fog taking on an orange tint. The creature's movements had become weaker, more deliberate. It would occasionally reach out to grab something, rest, then try again. It was tiring. It was going to die there, slowly sinking in the muskeg. Something in me couldn't accept that. "You're out of your goddamn mind, Mercer," I whispered to myself as I began looking around for fallen logs. I found a relatively straight pine trunk about 12 feet long and started dragging it toward the edge of the muskeg. The noise alerted the creature, which went completely still, watching me with those unnervingly intelligent eyes. "I'm trying to help you," I said, my voice sounding strange in the fog-muffled air, though I don't know why. The log was heavy, but adrenaline gave me strength. I pushed it out onto the surface of the bog where it floated. The creature watched but made no move toward it. "Not enough," I muttered, looking around for more. For the next hour, as daylight faded, I dragged log after log to the muskeg's edge, pushing them out to form a makeshift floating platform. Each trip took me a little farther from the creature, searching for suitable wood. My uniform was soaked with sweat despite the cold, my hands bleeding from bark and splinters. On my 7th trip back, I saw the creature had moved. It was now reaching for the nearest log, testing it. When it held, the creature pulled itself slightly toward it, then stopped as if considering. "That's it," I encouraged, surprising myself. "Use them to float." I pushed out 2 more logs, creating a platform about 5 feet square. It wasn't much for something so large, but it might give it enough stability to pull free. The creature seemed to understand. It began pulling itself onto the logs, which sank under its weight, but didn't go under. Mud and water poured off its massive form as it dragged itself forward inch by inch. Night was falling fast now. I pulled my flashlight from my pack, but hesitated to turn it on. Something told me the creature might spook if I did. In the deepening gloom, I heard a cracking sound, followed by a splash. One of the logs had broken. The creature let out a frustrated groan, but kept moving. It had reached the edge of my makeshift raft now, where the logs were more securely bunched together. With a sudden surge of effort that caught me off guard, the creature heaved itself onto the platform. The entire structure sank, then rose, water sloshing around it. The creature crouched there, breathing heavily, its eyes never leaving me. For a moment, neither of us moved. I was suddenly, acutely aware of how close I was to something wild and powerful that could tear me apart if it wanted to. Then, with startling quickness, it leaped from the logs and landed on solid ground, not 10 feet from where I stood. I stumbled backward, tripped over a root and fell hard. The creature towered over me, its breath visible in the cold air. It was even larger than I'd thought, its shoulders broader than any man's I'd ever seen. Mud covered most of its body, but I could see the dense hair underneath and the massive muscles of its chest and arms. But it was the eyes that held me. Dark, almost black, with a depth of expression I couldn't have imagined. It made a sound then, not a roar or a scream, but something softer. What sounded like words, though in no language I recognized. Before I could react, it turned and moved into the forest. Despite its size, it moved with surprising grace, bounding between trees and quickly disappearing into the fog and gathering darkness. I lay there for several minutes, my heart gradually slowing. The encounter felt dreamlike, yet the mud on my uniform and the broken logs floating in the muskeg were undeniably real. Eventually I got to my feet, turned on my flashlight, and made my way back to camp. I told no one what I'd seen. Who would believe it? The next morning I returned to the same spot, half expecting to find nothing. But the logs were there, scattered now at the edge of the muskeg. Deep footprints led away into the forest, gradually becoming fainter as the ground hardened. I followed them as far as I could, about a quarter mile, before they disappeared completely. Standing there in the morning light, the previous day's encounter seemed simultaneously more real and more impossible. That evening, as I sat outside my tent writing up my survey notes, I heard it again, that deep, resonant sound, but different now. It came from across the valley, a series of calls that rose and fell like speech. There was no fear in it this time, no pain. It felt almost like gratitude. I slept surprisingly well that night. When I emerged from my tent at first light, I nearly tripped over something placed directly outside the entrance. A beautiful piece of granite, roughly the size of my hand, with pink and green stripes running through it. It had been carefully positioned on top of my boots, which I'd left outside. There was no question in my mind where it had come from. Over the next week, I continued my survey work, pushing northward. Twice more I heard those calls in the distance, but I never saw the creature again. Part of me was relieved, part of me was disappointed. By December, our section of the highway was mapped, and I was reassigned farther north. Before leaving, I packed that striped piece of granite carefully in my footlocker. I've kept it with me ever since. That was 30 years ago now. The Alaska Highway has been open to civilian traffic for decades, and the wilderness it cuts through has seen countless changes. I've told this story exactly 3 times in my life, once to my wife, once to my closest friend from the Corps, and once to a Tlingit elder I met years later who nodded knowingly and said simply, "You were lucky. Most who see them don't live to tell of it." I don't know what I encountered that foggy afternoon near Tauki. Science would say it was impossible, that no such creatures exist. But I know what I saw, what I heard, what I felt. Sometimes I take out that piece of striped granite now sitting on my desk in Tennessee, and I remember those eyes looking at me from a face neither fully animal nor fully human. I remember the sound of what seemed like words spoken by a throat not made for human speech. And I wonder if somewhere in the vast wilderness of Alaska, that creature still remembers the human who helped it escape the muskeg that would have claimed its life. I wonder if it still carries some memory of me, as I carry the memory and the gift of it. I'm an old man now, and I've seen many things in my life, but nothing that affected me as deeply as that encounter. I've never returned to Alaska, never tried to prove what I saw was real. Some experiences aren't meant to be proven or explained away. They're simply meant to be witnessed, remembered, and occasionally, on quiet evenings like this one, shared with those willing to listen without judgment. That's my story. Make of it what you will. Story 9. I gripped the steering wheel tighter as our headlights cut through the thick darkness of the Alaska highway. The dashboard clock read 11:47 p.m. Devon sat slumped in the passenger seat, his face half illuminated by the green glow from the console, the other half lost in shadow. We'd been driving for almost 3 hours, the endless stretch of wilderness rolling past our windows in a blur of black pines and rocky outcroppings. "You doing okay?" I asked, glancing at Devon. He nodded without turning his head. "Yeah, Marcus, just tired." I knew it was more than fatigue. Devon's father had passed away 4 days ago, cancer, and this drive was his idea. Get away from the funeral arrangements, the phone calls, the casseroles piling up in his kitchen. Just drive north on the Alaska highway until we both felt like turning back. The road curved sharply ahead, our headlights sweeping across the dense tree line. We were about 80 kilometers south of Fort Nelson in what locals called the dead zone. Poor cell reception, no gas stations, barely any traffic this time of night. Just wilderness and more wilderness. "Shit!" I shouted, slamming on the brakes. A large buck had bolted onto the road, its eyes reflecting our headlights in bright pinpricks of yellow. The tires screeched, the seatbelt dug into my chest, the buck darted across and disappeared into the trees on the opposite side. "Jesus," Devon muttered, now fully alert. "You okay?" I nodded, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Yeah, didn't hit it." We sat for a moment, catching our breath. The engine idled, the headlights illuminating a stretch of empty asphalt ahead. "Pull over," Devon said suddenly. "I need some air." I guided the truck to the shoulder, careful of the steep embankment that dropped off just beyond the gravel. The wheels crunched on loose stones as we came to a stop. Devon unbuckled and reached for the door handle. "You sure you want to get out here?" I asked, eyeing the thick darkness beyond our headlights. "We're in the middle of nowhere. Just need to stretch my legs, clear my head." His voice sounded hollow, distant. I left the engine running and the headlights on as Devon stepped out. The dome light cast his silhouette in a brief yellow glow before the door shut, plunging the cab back into darkness. Through the windshield, I watched him walk a few paces ahead of the truck, his figure outlined by our headlights. He stretched his arms above his head, then let them fall to his sides. I checked my phone. No service, as expected. The clock now read 11:52 p.m. The radio had long since faded to static, so I switched it off and rolled down my window. The night air rushed in, cold and pine-scented. Something about this stretch of highway always felt off. Too quiet, too dark, like the forest was holding its breath. Devon had walked about 20 feet ahead of the truck now, just at the edge of where our headlights could reach. I was about to call him back when a sound cut through the silence. A crash, deep and heavy, like something large had fallen from a height. It came from the tree line to our right, maybe 50 yards into the forest. Devon turned toward the sound. I leaned out the window. "Devon, get back in the truck," I called out, my voice sounding small against the vastness of the wilderness. He held up a hand, signaling me to wait. Another sound followed, branches snapping, undergrowth being crushed under weight. Something was moving through the trees, heading toward the road, toward us. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I reached for the door handle, ready to get out if Devon didn't come back in the next 5 seconds. Then I saw them. 2 eyes, glowing whitish silver, reflecting our headlights from the edge of the tree line. But they weren't low to the ground like a wolf's or a bear's. They were high up, at least 7 or 8 feet off the forest floor. "Devon!" I shouted. "Get in the truck! Now!" The eyes blinked. Then the creature stepped forward, just enough for our headlights to catch more of its features. My blood turned to ice. The face was broad and flat, nothing like a bear or any animal I recognized. Those eyes, unnaturally huge with pronounced dark pupils, were set wide apart in that flat face. Below them, a broad, flattened nose. The head was disproportionately large and round, topped with tufts of what looked like shaggy, coarse hair. High cheekbones caught the light beneath those terrible eyes, and I could make out a small, down-turned mouth set above a powerful jawline. When it shifted its weight, I glimpsed broad shoulders, a muscular build that spoke of immense power. The silhouette suggested something bipedal, standing upright on two legs, something that shouldn't exist. "Marcus!" Devon's voice came from much closer now. He'd backed up to the truck, his hand reaching for the door handle. "Start the engine!" "It's already running," I said, my voice a dry whisper. "What the hell is that thing?" Devon's eyes flicked to the creature, then back to me. His face showed exhaustion rather than fear. "We need to go. Now!" The creature took another step forward. I could now see massive arms hanging at its sides, covered in the same coarse hair that topped its head. It stood fully in the dim edge of our headlights, at least 8 feet tall, its body powerful and threatening. Devon yanked open the passenger door and climbed in. "Drive," he said, slamming the door shut. I didn't need to be told twice. I shifted into drive and hit the gas. The tires spun on the gravel before catching, and we lurched forward onto the highway. In the rear-view mirror, I caught one last glimpse of those silver-white eyes watching us leave. For the next 10 minutes, neither of us spoke. The speedometer needle hovered around 80 mph as we tore down the empty highway. Empty. My hands were clammy on the steering wheel, and I could feel sweat trickling down my back despite the cold air still flowing through my open window. "You saw it," I finally said. Not a question. Devon nodded, staring straight ahead through the windshield. "I saw something. That wasn't a bear, Devon. That wasn't anything I've ever seen before." He sighed, rubbing his hands over his face. "Marcus, I'm tired. I just buried my father. I don't have the energy to process whatever was back there." "It was standing on 2 legs, I pressed. "It had to be at least 8 feet tall. The face, did you see its face?" I saw eyes reflecting our headlights. Could have been anything. I shook my head. No. No way. That was no normal animal. The proportions were all wrong. The way it moved. A thought struck me. "Devon, what if it was a Sasquatch?" He gave me a sidelong glance. "Really? That's where you're going with this?" "I know how it sounds, but hear me out. The height, the build, the way it was watching us." "Marcus, stop!" Devon cut me off, his voice sharp. "Just not now, okay? I can't do this right now." I fell silent, focusing on the road ahead. The adrenaline was wearing off, leaving my muscles aching from tension. But my mind raced. I couldn't shake the image of those eyes, that face. It had been watching us with intelligence, assessing us. After another 20 minutes of silence, the lights of Fort Nelson appeared in the distance. The sight of civilization brought a wave of relief. As we entered the town limits, Devon spoke again. "Remember when we were kids? That summer at your uncle's cabin near Prince George?" I nodded, confused by the sudden change in topic. "You swore you saw something in the woods then too. Kept the whole family up that night with your stories." "That was different," I said, though a chill ran down my spine at the memory. "I was 12. It was probably just a bear." Devon shrugged. "Maybe. But you were convinced it was something else then too." We pulled into the parking lot of the first motel we saw, a single-story building with peeling paint and a flickering vacancy sign. As I parked the truck, Devon turned to me. "Look, I'm not saying you didn't see something back there, but my mind's too fried to make sense of it tonight. Let's get some rest, okay?" I nodded, knowing there was no point pushing it further. We checked into the motel, got our separate rooms, and said goodnight. But as I lay in the hard motel bed, staring at the water stains on the ceiling, I couldn't stop thinking about what we'd encountered. The next morning, I woke early after a fitful sleep. The digital clock on the nightstand read 6:17 a.m. I showered quickly, dressed, and knocked on Devon's door. No answer. I tried again, louder this time. "Coming," his muffled voice finally responded. When he opened the door, it was clear he hadn't slept well either. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and his hair stuck out at odd angles. "Sorry," he mumbled, stepping aside to let me in. "Rough night." I sat on the edge of his unmade bed while he splashed water on his face in the bathroom. When he emerged, I decided to bring it up again. "About last night. Marcus," he sighed, "can we please just—" "No, listen," I interrupted. "Something's been bothering me. That buck we almost hit? It was running from something. It looked terrified." Devon sat heavily in the chair by the window. So what if it was running from that creature we saw? What if it was hunting?" Devon rubbed his temples. "What's your point?" "My point is that whatever we saw wasn't just passing through. It was active, hunting. And if it was a Sasquatch—" "There's no such thing as Sasquatch," Devon cut in. "How do you know?" I challenged. "There have been sightings all over these regions for decades. Hunters, truckers, hikers, they can't all be making it up." Devon stared at me for a long moment. "Okay, let's say for argument's sake that what we saw was a Sasquatch. What do you want to do about it? Go back, try to find it again?" "No," I said quickly. The thought of returning to that stretch of highway made my stomach turn. "But I think we should report it." "To who? The local sheriff?" "Excuse me, officer, we'd like to report a Bigfoot sighting. They'd laugh us out of town." He had a point, but I couldn't just let it go. "There's a ranger station in Fort Nelson. Maybe they've had other reports. Strange animal sightings, missing hikers, something." Devon sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Fine. We'll stop by the ranger station, but then we're heading back home, all right? I've got things to deal with." The ranger station was a small wooden building on the outskirts of town. Inside, a woman in her 50s with graying hair, pulled back in a tight ponytail, sat behind the counter. Her name tag read Ranger Cooper. "Morning, gentlemen," she greeted us. "What can I help you with today?" I glanced at Devon, who gave me a slight nod to go ahead. "We were driving on the highway last night, about 80 kilometers south of here, and saw something unusual in the woods." Ranger Cooper's expression didn't change. "Unusual how?" I took a deep breath. "Large, very large, standing upright. It had whitish silver eyes that reflected our headlights." "A bear?" she suggested. I shook my head. "No, it had a flat face, broad shoulders, stood at least 8 feet tall. It moved differently, more fluid than a bear, more purposeful." The ranger's eyes narrowed slightly. She looked from me to Devon, who remained silent, then back to me. "What time was this?" "Around midnight." She nodded slowly, then reached for a form in a drawer. "I'll take down your report. We've had a few unusual sightings in that area over the years." My pulse quickened. "You have? Similar to what I described?" Ranger Cooper didn't answer directly. "Names? Marcus Fletcher and Devon Winters." She wrote this down. "Contact information?" We gave her our phone numbers and addresses, and the exact location, as best you can remember. I described the stretch of highway, mentioning the steep embankment and the buck we'd nearly hit. As she wrote, I noticed a map on the wall behind her with several red pins stuck in various locations along the Alaska Highway, clustered heavily in the area where we'd had our encounter. "What are those pins for?" I asked, pointing to the map. Ranger Cooper glanced over her shoulder. "Various incidents, wildlife collisions, missing hikers, reported sightings." She turned back to us. "Anything else you can tell me about what you saw? Any sounds, smells?" I tried to remember. "There was a crash before we saw it, like something heavy falling. Then we heard it moving through the underbrush." I paused. "It was watching us. That's what struck me most. It wasn't just an animal reacting to our presence. It was observing us." She nodded, making more notes. When she finished, she looked up at us. Thank you for the report, gentlemen. We'll look into it. That's it? Devon spoke for the first time since we'd entered. Unless there's something else you'd like to add? Ranger Cooper raised an eyebrow. Devon shook his head. As we turned to leave, the ranger called after us. "Mr. Fletcher, a word of advice." I looked back at her. That stretch of highway. Locals don't drive it at night unless they absolutely have to, especially during hunting season. A chill ran through me. Hunting season? She held my gaze. Deer season. Started last week. Outside the ranger station, Devon and I walked in silence to our truck. The sun was up now, the morning crisp and clear, a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness of the previous night. "Well," Devon said as we climbed into the truck, "that was more validation than I expected." I started the engine. She didn't outright confirm anything. She didn't need to. You saw that map and that comment about hunting season. Devon shook his head. She knows something. We pulled onto the main road heading south, back toward home and back toward the area of our encounter. "You think we'll see it again?" Devon asked after a while. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. I hope not. But as we drove, I couldn't help scanning the tree line, searching for movement, for those whitish silver eyes. The encounter had lasted less than a minute, but it had changed something in me. The wilderness didn't feel empty anymore. It felt watched. "If it was a Sasquatch," I said, breaking the silence, "it was hunting that buck. And it's probably not alone. These creatures, if they exist, they must live in groups, families, like other primates." Devon looked out his window. That's a comforting thought. A whole family of 8-foot-tall creatures watching us from the woods. I didn't respond. We both knew we'd be making this drive in daylight only, no matter how long it took to get home. As the miles passed, my mind kept returning to those eyes, that face, the sense of being assessed by something intelligent and powerful. I thought about what Ranger Cooper hadn't said, about those red pins on her map. How many others had seen what we saw? How many had encountered something even closer? And how many had never made it to a ranger station to file a report? The wilderness stretched around us, vast and ancient and full of secrets. One of those secrets had stepped into the light for just a moment, long enough for us to glimpse something that shouldn't exist, something that had probably been watching us long before we ever saw it. And as we drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere in these endless trees it was still watching, waiting for darkness to fall again. Story 10. I never asked for this, never wanted to be one of those people with a story nobody believes. But sometimes the wilderness shows you things that don't fit into the neat little boxes we're taught about in school. The sun was beating down on my neck that April afternoon in 1985. I wiped sweat from my brow and leaned against our dusty Ford Ranger, waiting for the rest of the crew to make their way back to the trailhead for lunch. I'd joined the California Conservation Corps just 3 weeks earlier, choosing to work in Montague, California, up in Siskiyou County. The pay wasn't much, but the work felt honest. Building and maintaining trails through some of the most beautiful country God ever created. "How much longer you think they'll be?" Rick asked, fishing a warm Coke from his backpack. Rick was from some small town in Oregon, stocky with a reddish beard and calloused hands that told you he'd been working outdoors long before joining the Corps. I checked my watch. Should be any minute now. They weren't that far up the trail. We were deep in the Trinity Alps wilderness, surrounded by towering pines, and the kind of silence you only get when you're miles from the nearest road. The air smelled of sun-warmed pine needles and dirt. Our crew had split up that morning, 4 guys continuing work on a section of eroded trail while Rick and I returned to grab extra tools from the truck. I was just about to suggest we walk back up to find them when something moved at the tree line about 50 yards away. At first, my brain tried to make sense of it using familiar references. A bear standing up? No, bears don't stand that straight. Another worker? No, none of our guys were that big. Then it fully emerged from between two massive pines and my mouth went dry. The thing stood upright on two legs, easily 7, maybe 8 feet tall. It had a massive frame covered in blondish tan hair, not fur exactly, more like a shaggy coat that moved with the breeze. Its arms hung longer than a human's would, with what looked like actual hands. The face was flat, somewhere between ape and human, partially obscured by the hair hanging around it. Jesus Christ, Rick whispered beside me, his coke frozen halfway to his mouth. The creature paused, head turning slightly in our direction. That's when the smell hit me, a powerful, musky odor like wet animal fur mixed with something sour and wild. It was overwhelming, even from that distance. For maybe 3 seconds, we all froze, Rick and me pressed against the truck, the creature standing at the edge of the clearing. Then, with surprising grace for something so massive, it turned and moved back into the trees, not running exactly, but covering ground with long, deliberate strides that no human could match. And just like that, it was gone. Rick and I turned to each other, eyes wide, neither speaking for what felt like minutes. "Did you?" I finally managed. "Yeah." Rick nodded, his face pale beneath his tan. "I saw it." "That was a—" "Don't say it," Rick cut me off. "Just don't say it out loud." But we both knew. We'd just seen Bigfoot. Not some guy in a costume. Not a bear, something else entirely. The rest of the crew arrived 10 minutes later, laughing and hungry. We said nothing about what we'd seen. What was the point? They'd think we were crazy or playing a prank. Hell, part of me was already trying to convince myself it had been a trick of the light or my imagination. But the smell, that wild, musky odor that had burned into my nostrils, was too real. That night, I lay awake in my bunk at the core housing, replaying those few seconds over and over in my mind. I'd grown up hearing Pacific Northwest legends about Sasquatch, but had always filed them away with ghost stories and UFO sightings, the kind of tales that make good campfire fodder but dissolve in the harsh light of reality. Now I wasn't so sure. Rick caught my eye at breakfast the next morning, but neither of us brought it up. By unspoken agreement, we'd decided to keep it to ourselves. I could tell from his expression that he'd had the same sleepless night I had. Life in the Conservation Corps continued. We worked hard during the days, clearing trails, building water bars to prevent erosion, removing fallen trees. The physical labor helped keep my mind occupied, but I couldn't shake the memory of what I'd seen. 3 weeks passed. I was beginning to think the incident might fade like a strange dream when the supervisor called me into his office. "Johnson," he said, shuffling through some papers on his desk, "I'm putting you on the Klamath Sequoia backcountry trail crew. They need an extra body for a 2-week project near Alley. You leave tomorrow." I nodded, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. The backcountry crews were considered elite assignments. You packed in everything you needed and camped on site for the duration of the project. No coming back to town each night for hot showers and cold beer. "How far in?" I asked. "About 9 miles from the nearest road. Beautiful country up there." He handed me a gear list. "Make sure you've got everything on here. Once you're in, there's no quick runs to the store." The next morning, I met the 3 other members of the Klamath Sequoia crew at the trailhead. There was Marcus, the crew leader, a tall black guy from Sacramento with 5 years in the Corps. Donna, a stocky woman with short brown hair who could outwork most of the men. And Trevor, a skinny kid fresh out of high school with a perpetual nervous energy. We loaded our packs with personal gear while Marcus distributed the shared equipment, cooking supplies, first aid kit, tools. My pack weighed close to 60 pounds when I hoisted it onto my shoulders. "Stay hydrated," Marcus advised as we started up the trail. 9 miles is no joke with these packs. The hike-in was brutal. The trail climbed steadily through dense forest, occasionally opening to reveal spectacular views of distant peaks, still capped with snow. By the time we reached our campsite, a small clearing near a creek, my legs were trembling with exhaustion, and my shirt was soaked with sweat. "Home, sweet home," Marcus announced, dropping his pack. "Let's get camp set up before dark." We worked efficiently, pitching our individual tents in a rough circle and setting up the larger kitchen tent in the center of camp. By sunset, we had a small campfire going and were eating freeze-dried meals heated on the portable stove. "So, Caleb," Donna said as we sat around the fire, "Marcus says you're from around here?" I nodded, spooning the last of my reconstituted beef stew into my mouth. "Grew up about 30 miles west of here, right against the Marble Mountain Wilderness. My dad worked for the Forest Service." "Ever see anything strange in these woods?" Trevor asked, his eyes reflecting the firelight. I hesitated, thinking of what Rick and I had witnessed. "What do you mean by strange?" Trevor shrugged. "I don't know. Mountain lions, bears, Bigfoot?" He laughed at his own joke. Marcus rolled his eyes. "Don't get him started on that nonsense. We're here to work, not chase fairy tales." I said nothing, poking at the fire with a stick. The conversation moved on to tomorrow's work plan. We'd be rebuilding a section of trail that had washed out during the winter rains. Around 10, we doused the fire and headed to our tents. I fell asleep almost immediately, my body exhausted from the long hike. I don't know how long I'd been out when the sound woke me, a deep, resonant snorting from somewhere in the darkness beyond our camp. At first, in my groggy state, I thought it was a horse. The sound had that same nasal quality. But there was something off about it, something that sent a chill up my spine. It was deeper, more guttural, almost like a groan following each snort. I sat up in my sleeping bag, straining to listen. There it was again. Snort, groan. Snort, groan. Not continuous like an animal in distress, but deliberate, almost like communication. My tent flap unzipped, making me jump. "Caleb," Donna's voice was a tense whisper. "You hear that?" "Yeah," I whispered back. "What the hell is it?" "I don't know, but Marcus and Trevor are awake too." The sound came again, closer this time, followed by the distinct crack of a branch breaking. Whatever was making the noise was moving around the perimeter of our camp. I pulled on my boots and grabbed my flashlight, joining the others who had gathered between the tents. Marcus had a large maglite, its beam cutting through the darkness toward where we'd heard the sound. "Hello?" Marcus called out. "Someone there?" Nothing but the normal night sounds of the forest answered him. "Maybe it was a deer," Trevor suggested, his voice higher than usual. "Deer don't make sounds like that," Donna said. I said nothing, but I felt it, the same unsettling presence I'd experienced in the Trinity Alps, the feeling of being watched by something intelligent. The snorting, groaning sound came again, now from the opposite side of camp. Marcus swung his light around, but the beam only illuminated trees and underbrush. "I don't like this," Trevor said. "What if it's a bear?" I'd encountered plenty of bears growing up. "It's not a bear," I said with certainty. "Bears don't sound like that." As if responding to my comment, the sound intensified, louder, more prolonged. Snort, groan, close enough that we could hear breathing between the vocalizations. "Fuck this," Donna said bluntly. "I'm not standing out here waiting to be some animal's midnight snack." "We should stick together," Marcus decided. "Get your sleeping bags. We'll all sleep in the kitchen tent tonight." Nobody argued. We hurried back to our individual tents, grabbed our sleeping bags, and reconvened in the larger kitchen tent. The four of us lined up our bags on the ground, shoulder to shoulder. "I've been doing backcountry projects for 3 years," Marcus said as we settled in. "Never heard anything like that before." "Do you think it's dangerous?" Trevor asked. "I think it's best not to find out," Marcus replied. I pulled my sleeping bag up to my chin, listening to the occasional snorting sounds that continued for another hour before finally stopping. Eventually, exhaustion overcame fear, and I drifted off to sleep. The next day, we tried to laugh it off as we worked on the trail. The harsh daylight made the previous night's fear seem silly. Marcus suggested it might have been elk, though he didn't sound convinced. But that night, it happened again. Around midnight, the same distinctive snorting, groaning sound woke us. This time, we didn't even pretend to be brave. All four of us immediately gathered in the kitchen tent, flashlights scanning the darkness beyond the thin nylon walls. "This is ridiculous," Donna whispered. "We need to report this when we get back." "Report what?" Marcus replied. "That we heard some weird animal sounds? They'll laugh us out of the office." The pattern continued for 4 consecutive nights. Always around midnight, always the same unsettling sounds circling our camp. By the 5th night, we'd taken to sleeping together in the kitchen tent from the start. Too exhausted to maintain separate tents we wouldn't sleep in anyway. On the 6th day, a Forest Service employee named Dave hiked in to check on our progress. We told him about the nightly disturbances. "Probably wild horses," Dave said confidently. "There's a small herd that roams this area. They get curious about human camps sometimes." I wanted to believe him. Horses would make sense, the snorting part at least. But I'd grown up around horses and these sounds weren't right. Plus there were no hoof prints around our camp, no stomping sounds, none of the usual signs of large hoofed animals. "Have you actually seen these horses up here?" I asked Dave. He hesitated. "Well, not personally, but there are reports." That night, after Dave had hiked back out, the sounds didn't come, nor the next night. By the time we packed up camp at the end of our 2-week assignment, whatever had been visiting us seemed to have moved on. On our last night, as we sat around the campfire, Marcus finally brought up what we'd all been thinking. "So what do you all think it really was?" he asked, his usual confidence subdued. Trevor shrugged. "Wild horses sounds good to me." "There were no hoof prints," Donna pointed out. I checked. 3 pairs of eyes turned to me. "What about you, Caleb? You've spent the most time in these woods." I poked at the fire, watching sparks rise into the night sky. "I don't know what it was," I said finally, "but I can tell you what it wasn't. It wasn't horses. It wasn't a bear or a deer or an elk or any other animal I've encountered in 9 years of living against the Marble Mountain wilderness." "You think it was—" Trevor didn't finish the sentence. "I think there are things in these mountains that don't fit into the categories we've created," I said carefully. "Things that stay hidden most of the time." No one argued with me. We finished our dinner in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. Later, after we'd hiked back to civilization and gone our separate ways, I would occasionally run into Rick at the Corps headquarters in Montague. We never directly discussed what we'd seen that day in the Trinity Alps, but sometimes he'd catch my eye and ask, "Been in the backcountry lately?" with a knowing look. I've spent countless hours since then trying to rationalize my experiences, both the sighting with Rick and those nights near Allie. I've read scientific papers, folklore, skeptical debunkings. I've listened to other people's accounts with both belief and doubt. In the end, I keep coming back to what I know. On an ordinary April day in 1985, I saw something that shouldn't exist according to science, and a few weeks later, something that defied explanation visited our camp for 4 consecutive nights. I don't tell this story often. Most people either think I'm lying or try to explain it away with conventional animals, but I know what I saw. I know what I heard, and most importantly, I know what I felt, that unmistakable sense of being in the presence of something wild and aware, something that watches from the shadows of our familiar world. The wilderness holds secrets. I happened to glimpse one of them, Story 11. My hands shook as I gripped the steering wheel of our beat-up Jeep Cherokee, the night air blasting through the open windows, providing little relief from the August heat. The dashboard thermometer still read 101 degrees despite it being nearly 10:30 at night. Beside me, my younger brother Nathan fiddled with his phone, the blue light illuminating his sweat-beaded face. "You got those coordinates yet?" I asked, my voice carrying over the rumble of tires on the dirt road. Nathan nodded, eyes fixed on his screen. "Yeah, Tyler, Randonautica's got us heading about 2 miles into the wash. Should be a left up here." I took the turn, headlights cutting through the darkness as we left the small cluster of lights that was Copper Springs behind us. The desert stretched out around us, silent and vast under the moonlight. "You think this app actually works?" I asked, glancing at Nathan. "Generating random coordinates based on your thoughts seems like bullshit." Nathan shrugged. "Who cares? It's something to do. Better than sitting in that hotbox we call home." He had a point. Our air conditioner had died 3 days ago, and Dad wouldn't be able to fix it until payday next week. The house had become unbearable, trapping the day's heat like an oven. The Jeep's headlights caught the wooden post marking the trailhead. I pulled over, cutting the engine. The sudden silence felt heavy. "This is it," Nathan said, pocketing his phone. "Let's go." We grabbed our backpacks, flashlights, and the 2 water bottles we'd filled with ice before leaving home. Now just lukewarm water with a few floating ice chips. The moment my boots hit the dirt, something felt off. I paused, scanning the darkness beyond our flashlight beams. "You feel that?" I asked. Nathan zipped up his backpack. "Feel what?" "I don't know, like we're being watched or something." He snorted. "It's just your imagination, Tyler. Come on." We started down the trail, our flashlights bobbing with each step. The desert was alive with nighttime sounds. The chirp of crickets, the occasional rustle in the brush, normal sounds. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on my back. "Let's head down into the wash," Nathan suggested, pointing to where the trail dipped between 2 rocky banks. "The app says we should follow it for about half a mile." The wash was a dry riverbed, sandy and smooth beneath our feet. We trudged forward, the walls of the wash rising on either side of us. Our Jeep disappeared from view as we rounded a bend, and suddenly I felt exposed, vulnerable. "Nathan," I said, my voice lower now, "you feel it too, right?" He stopped, his flashlight beam sweeping the darkness. "Yeah, since we got out of the car, like something's following us." We stood back to back, scanning the darkness. Nothing moved except the shadows cast by our flashlights. "Probably just a coyote," Nathan said, but his voice lacked conviction. We continued forward, climbing up the bank to get a better view of our surroundings. The Jeep was visible again, a dark shape against the lighter sand of the trail, and then Nathan grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in hard enough to hurt. "Tyler," he whispered. "Look." I followed his gaze back to our Jeep. At first, I didn't see anything. Then a shape moved, tall, impossibly tall, hovering near the driver's side of our vehicle. "What the fuck is that?" I hissed, instinctively crouching lower. "I don't know, but it's huge, taller than me for sure." Nathan stood 6 feet even. Whatever was by our Jeep was considerably larger. We watched, frozen, as the figure seemed to move around the vehicle, then disappeared from view. My heart hammered against my ribs. "Maybe it's just someone hiking," I suggested, though I didn't believe it. Nobody hiked these trails at night in this heat. Nathan's hand clamped down on my arm again. "Tyler," he whispered, his voice trembling, "look at that bush by the Jeep." I directed my flashlight toward a large creosote bush that stood near where we'd parked. Rising just above the top of the foliage was a pair of eyes. Eyes with a soft blue glow that didn't reflect our flashlight beam, but seemed to generate their own light. "Holy shit," I breathed. The eyes blinked, once, twice, 3 times, and then shifted, as if the owner was trying to avoid the direct beam of our lights. They went still again, peering over the top of the bush, watching us. "Whatever that is, it's standing upright," Nathan whispered. "That bush is taller than me." A chill ran down my spine despite the oppressive heat. Those weren't animal eyes, at least not any animal I recognized. Too high off the ground for a coyote or even a mountain lion. Too eerily intelligent in their gaze. "What do we do?" Nathan asked, his voice cracking. The logical part of my brain had shut down. All I knew was that we needed to get back to the jeep, and whatever was watching us stood between us and our escape. "We run at it," I said suddenly. "Yell, make noise, scare it off." Nathan looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "Are you serious? You got a better idea? We can't stay here all night." He swallowed hard, then nodded. "On 3. 1, I began, my mouth dry as sand. 2, Nathan continued, his flashlight beam fixed on those glowing blue eyes. 3, we shouted together, charging down the bank toward the bush, waving our flashlights and yelling as loud as we could. The eyes disappeared instantly. We ran straight to the spot where we'd seen them, our boots kicking up dust, hearts pounding. But when we reached the bush, there was nothing there. No creature, no person, nothing. We stood, panting, beside the creosote bush. I reached up, stretching to my full height of 5'10". The top of the bush was still a good 8 inches above my fingertips. "Nathan," I said, my voice hollow, "stand next to this." He moved beside the bush. The top of the foliage was several inches above his head. "That thing had to be 7, maybe 8 feet tall," I said, my voice shaking. "At least." We scanned the ground around the bush with our flashlights, looking for tracks, disturbances, anything. The hard-packed dirt revealed nothing conclusive, some scuffs that could have been footprints, but nothing clear. "What the hell did we just see?" Nathan asked, his voice small. I shook my head. "I don't know, but it wasn't a coyote or a mountain lion. They have greenish-white eyes in the dark, not blue, and they can't stand that tall." "Sasquatch?" Nathan suggested, only half joking. I didn't laugh. We were in a large desert preserve that stretched for miles in every direction, plenty of places for something to hide. "Let's get out of here," I said, fumbling for my keys. We jumped into the jeep, locks clicking down immediately. I cranked the engine and threw it in reverse, tires spitting gravel as we backed onto the road. The headlights swept across the desert as we turned around, and for just a second I thought I saw movement in the brush about 50 yards away. Something large slipping into the darkness. Neither of us spoke as I drove, faster than was safe on the dirt road, back toward town. The silence between us was filled with unspoken fear and confusion. "Dad's not going to believe this," Nathan finally said as the first streetlights of Copper Springs came into view. "I'm not sure I believe it myself," I replied, though the image of those blue eyes was burned into my memory. At home, we sat on the front porch, the night still stifling, but somehow more bearable than our encounter in the desert. We talked through what we'd seen, trying to make sense of it. "Could it have been a person? Someone playing a prank?" I suggested. Nathan shook his head. "How would they know we'd be there? We only decided to go out an hour before we left. And who stands in the desert at night wearing some kind of blue light-up eye gear?" He had a point. The whole thing made no sense. "We need to go back," Nathan said suddenly. "In daylight. Look for evidence." I wanted to refuse, but curiosity overrode my fear. "Tomorrow, we'll bring Dad's trail camera too." Sleep didn't come easy that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those blue ones staring back at me. The next morning, we convinced our father to join us, though we didn't tell him why. Just said we'd found an interesting spot while exploring. He grumbled about the heat, but agreed to come along. The trailhead looked different in daylight. Just a regular stretch of desert, creosote bushes and saguaros dotting the landscape under the merciless sun. But as we approached the spot where we'd seen the eyes, Dad stopped walking. "What's wrong?" I asked. He frowned, looking around. Something feels off here, can't explain it. Nathan shot me a look. We hadn't told Dad anything about our experience. What do you mean? I pressed. Dad shrugged, wiping sweat from his forehead. Just a feeling, like we're not supposed to be here. Let's head back. We searched the area anyway, finding nothing but some broken branches on the creosote bush and what might have been a large footprint in a patch of softer soil, though it was distorted enough that it could have been anything. On the drive home, Nathan leaned forward from the back seat. Dad, do you believe in Bigfoot? Dad chuckled. You boys been watching those cryptid shows again? Just answer the question, I said, watching him in my peripheral vision. Dad was quiet for a moment. Let's just say I've seen things in these deserts that don't have easy explanations. Why do you ask? We told him then the whole story, about the app, the coordinates, the feeling of being watched, and those glowing blue eyes hovering above the bush. I expected him to laugh, to tell us our imaginations had run wild in the dark. Instead, he listened silently, his face growing more serious with each detail. You boys stay out of that area after dark, he said when we finished. I mean it. You believe us? Nathan asked, surprised. Dad stared out at the road ahead. There's a reason the local tribes have legends about skinwalkers and desert spirits. Not saying that's what you saw, but there are things out there we don't understand. A week passed, then 2. The incident began to feel dreamlike, something we might have imagined or exaggerated in our minds. But I noticed neither of us suggested going back to that spot, even as we continued our nighttime desert explorations elsewhere to escape the heat. Then last night, almost a month after our encounter, I was driving home late from a shift at the gas station when I had to take a detour. Road construction forced me onto the dirt access road that ran parallel to the highway, the same road that passed near the trailhead where we'd seen those eyes. As I approached the turnoff to the trail, my headlights caught something standing by the side of the road. Tall, impossibly tall, and still as stone. I slowed, heart leaping into my throat. The figure didn't move, but as my lights washed over it, I saw those eyes again. Soft blue, unblinking, watching my approach. I floored the accelerator, tires kicking up a cloud of dust as I sped past. In my rearview mirror I saw the figure turn, those blue eyes following my retreat until I rounded a bend in the road. When I got home, Nathan was still up, playing video games in the living room. You look like you've seen a ghost, he said as I collapsed onto the couch beside him. Not a ghost, I replied, my hands still shaking. It's still out there, Nathan, and I think it recognized me. Nathan set down his controller, all traces of sleepiness gone from his face. What happened? I told him about my drive home, about seeing the figure and those unforgettable blue eyes. We need to go back, he said when I finished. Set up the trail cams, get proof. I shook my head. No way. Whatever that thing is, it's watching us, following us. I'm not going near that place after dark again. Nathan didn't argue. He'd seen those eyes too. He understood. This morning I researched local legends about desert creatures, about entities with blue eyes. Found nothing conclusive, just vague stories about spirits that guard certain places, that watch travelers who venture where they shouldn't. Maybe that's all it was. A guardian of some kind, warning us away from sacred ground. Or maybe it was something else entirely, something science hasn't catalogued or explained. All I know is that the desert beyond Copper Springs isn't as empty as it appears. Something watches from the darkness with glowing blue eyes. Something that stands taller than a man. Something that remembers those who have seen it. And sometimes, when I look out my bedroom window at night toward the distant hills, I swear I can see a pair of blue dots in the darkness, watching, waiting for me to return. But I won't. Some mysteries should remain unsolved. Some watchers should remain unwatched. That's what I tell myself anyway. But deep down, I know those blue eyes haven't seen the last of me. In a strange way, they're calling me back. And sooner or later, I'm afraid I'll answer. Story 12. The evening air hung thick with humidity as I guided my John Deere tractor along the side of Route 19. It was July 14th, 1987, a date burned into my memory. My hound dog Sally sat beside me, her ears perked up enjoying the breeze. At 3 years old, she was as brave a dog as I'd ever owned, fearless even when facing down the meanest raccoons that raided our trash bins. I'd postponed mowing the Harmon family cemetery for weeks. The summer heat in East Texas makes you put things off until the last minute, and with the annual family reunion coming up that weekend, I couldn't delay any longer. The sun was starting to sink, casting long shadows across the pine-bordered road. I figured I had about 2 hours of daylight left, enough time to get the job done. The cemetery turnoff was about a half-mile ahead, just past Johnson Creek and the old Miller property. I kept the tractor at a steady pace, careful to stay on the shoulder to avoid the occasional pickup truck that zoomed by. Sally's behavior changed first. Her ears shot forward, and she stood up on the tractor platform, nose twitching. Then came the barking, not her usual alert bark, but something more frantic, higher-pitched. "What is it, girl?" I shouted over the tractor engine. That's when I saw the movement across Old Man Whitley's pasture. At first, I thought it might be a bear, though black bears were rare in Shelbyville these days. But as the figure emerged from the tree line on the far side, I knew immediately this was something else entirely. I eased off the gas, slowing the tractor. The creature was massive, covered in dark, reddish-brown hair that hung in matted clumps from its body. It walked upright on 2 legs, arms swinging naturally at its sides like a man's would. But no man stood that tall or moved with such powerful strides. In just 3 or 4 steps, it crossed nearly 40 yards of open pasture. Its gait was smooth, purposeful, not running, but covering ground with shocking efficiency. Before I could fully process what I was seeing, it had reached the tree line on the other side and disappeared into the dense pines. Sally's bark had turned into a whimper. She cowered against my leg, trembling. This dog, who'd chase after anything, suddenly wanted nothing more than to flee. I guided the tractor to the spot where the creature had crossed. The engine sputtered as I turned the key off, and silence fell around us. Sally's nose pointed upward, sniffing frantically at something I couldn't detect. "You smell something, don't you, girl?" My voice sounded strange in the stillness. I strained my ears, listening for cracking branches or heavy footfalls in the woods. Nothing. The forest had gone completely silent. No chirping birds, no buzzing insects, no rustling squirrels. The only sound was Sally's anxious whining and my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. The silence was wrong, unnatural. In East Texas woods, especially in summer, there's always noise, a constant symphony of life. This silence felt like a vacuum, as if something had scared every living creature into hiding. I sat there for a good 5 minutes, debating whether to investigate the woods or continue to the cemetery. Sally made the decision for me, pressing herself against my legs so hard she nearly pushed me off the tractor seat. "All right, girl, we'll keep going." I started the tractor again, and Sally visibly relaxed at the familiar rumble of the engine. We continued down the road to the cemetery gate, but I couldn't shake the image of what I'd seen. The family cemetery was small, just an acre of land surrounded by a wrought iron fence that my great-grandfather had installed back in the 1920s. The oldest grave belonged to my great-great-grandfather, who'd settled here in 1867 after the Civil War. 4 generations of Harmons rested in this plot, and someday I'd join them. I opened the rusty gate and drove the tractor through, focusing on the task at hand. The grass had grown knee-high in places, with dandelions and wild daisies sprouting between the headstones. I started mowing along the perimeter, working my way inward. As I cut the grass, my mind kept returning to what I'd seen, the size of it, at least 8 feet tall, maybe more. The way it moved, not clumsy or lumbering, but with the confidence of something that owned these woods. And Sally's reaction, she who feared nothing, suddenly reduced to trembling. It reminded me of stories my mother told when I was a boy. She claimed to have seen something similar when she was 12, standing behind a rose trellis in her backyard in Timpson, about 30 miles from here. "It was watching our house, Jackson," she told me. "Standing there in the tree line, tall as a pine sapling, 8, maybe 9 feet tall, covered in hair like a bear, but standing straight up like a man. When it saw me looking, it just turned and walked away. Didn't run, just walked, slow and deliberate-like. I'd always chalked it up to a child's imagination, or maybe a bear standing on its hind legs. But what I'd seen wasn't a bear. Bears don't walk 40 yards on 2 legs. They don't swing their arms the way this thing did. The cemetery took longer than expected. The grass was thicker than I'd anticipated, and I had to make several passes over some areas. The sun was setting as I finished, casting an orange glow across the headstones. Sally had calmed down, but refused to leave my side, staying within a foot of me at all times. As I drove home along the darkening road, I remembered another incident from my youth. I was 16, helping my father check our hunting stands before deer season. We were deep in the woods when we heard a sound that froze us both in our tracks, a high-pitched scream, almost like a woman in terrible pain. "What was that, Dad?" I'd asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Just a panther, son," he'd replied, though I noticed his hand had moved to rest on his rifle. "They sound like a woman screaming. Don't worry about it." I'd never seen a panther in these woods, though I'd found their tracks, large paw prints with no claw marks, unlike a dog's. But that scream had never sounded quite right for a panther to me. Too human, too deliberate. By the time I reached home, darkness had fallen completely. I parked the tractor in the barn and headed to the house with Sally still glued to my side. My wife, Margie, was waiting on the porch. "You're late," she said, concern in her voice. "Everything okay at the cemetery?" I hesitated. Margie was practical, level-headed. She'd lived in East Texas all her life and had no patience for tall tales or superstition. "Saw something strange on the way there," I said finally, sitting down on the porch step. Sally pressed against my leg, as if the memory still frightened her. "What kind of strange?" Margie sat beside me, her brow furrowed. I described what I'd seen. The hair, the height, the unnatural stride. I told her about Sally's reaction and the silence that had fallen over the woods. "Bigfoot," she said flatly when I finished. Not a question, just a statement. I nodded slowly. "I reckon so, though I've never believed those stories before." "My grandfather swore he saw one back in the 40s, Margie said, surprising me. She'd never mentioned this before. Near the Sabine River, said it was fishing, standing in the water, catching something with its hands. We sat in silence for a while, listening to the night sounds. Crickets chirped, and somewhere in the distance an owl hooted. Normal sounds, comforting sounds. "You going to tell anyone else?" Margie asked finally. I thought about it. In a small town like Shelbyville, word traveled fast. I could already imagine the reactions. Some would believe me, others would mock me behind my back. There'd be those who'd want to organize hunting parties, turning the woods upside down looking for the creature. No, I decided. Not yet, anyway. Maybe Earl and Bobby. Earl Johnson and Bobby Tanner were my closest friends, men who spent as much time in these woods as I did. They wouldn't laugh. That night, I slept poorly. My mind kept replaying the sighting, trying to find some rational explanation. A man in a costume? Not out here, miles from town, in sweltering July heat. A bear? No bear walks like that. Some undiscovered species? The thought both excited and unnerved me. The next morning, I drove into town for supplies. The Piggly Wiggly was busy with Saturday shoppers, and I nodded to familiar faces as I gathered what we needed for the reunion. At the checkout, Earl Johnson's wife Donna was working the register. "Earl around?" I asked casually as she scanned my items. "Down at Miller's Hardware," she said. "Something about needing a new chain for his saw." I found Earl outside Miller's, examining a chainsaw chain with critical eyes. At 53, he was 10 years older than me, with weather-beaten skin that spoke of decades working outdoors. He'd been hunting these woods since he was a boy and knew every creek and hollow within 20 miles. "Jackson," he nodded when he saw me. "Cemetery all ready for the reunion?" "Got it mowed," I confirmed, then hesitated. "Listen, Earl, can I talk to you about something? Privately?" He must have caught something in my tone, because he put the chain down and followed me to my truck without question. Once we were seated inside, I told him what I'd seen. Earl didn't interrupt, just listened, with his eyes fixed on the dashboard. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. "Whereabouts exactly?" he asked finally. "Just past Johnson Creek, where Old Man Whitley's pasture cuts through the woods." Earl nodded slowly. "My daddy saw something similar back in '62, by the old logging camp. Never talked about it much. Didn't want people thinking he was crazy or drunk." "You believe me?" I asked, relief flooding through me. "Course I do." Earl looked offended at the question. "Known you 30 years, Jackson. You don't make things up and you don't drink enough to see things that ain't there." "What do you think it was?" Earl shrugged. "Don't rightly know. Some call it Bigfoot or Sasquatch. Indians had names for it too, different tribes, different names, but all talking about the same thing. Big, hairy, man-like creature living in the deep woods. You ever go looking for it, after your daddy's sighting?" "Nope." Earl shook his head firmly. "And I don't recommend you do neither. Whatever it is, it's survived by staying away from people. Must be smart. Best to leave it be." I nodded, agreeing with his assessment. Whatever I'd seen hadn't shown any aggression. It was just crossing from one part of the woods to another, minding its own business. "You tell Bobby yet?" Earl asked. "Haven't seen him. Thought I might swing by his place this afternoon." "No need." Earl pointed across the street where Bobby's red pickup had just parked. "There he is now." Bobby Tanner was the youngest of our trio at 38, a former high school football star who turned down college scholarships to stay in Shelbyville and take over his father's lumber business. He spotted us and waved, jogging over to my truck. "What are you two plotting?" he asked with a grin, leaning in through my open window. "Jackson here had himself an encounter yesterday," Earl said, nodding for me to continue. I told the story again, watching Bobby's expression change from curiosity to surprise to something like excitement. "Holy shit," he whispered when I finished. "Right here in Shelbyville." "Keep your voice down," Earl cautioned, glancing around the parking lot. "Sorry," Bobby lowered his tone. "But this is huge, Jackson. There have been rumors for years, but nobody reliable has seen one around here since Earl's daddy back in the '60s. "You believe in this stuff?" I asked, somewhat surprised. Bobby had always struck me as too practical for cryptozoology. "I've heard things in the woods I can't explain," Bobby said seriously, "and found tracks once, up near the Atayak, that weren't human or bear or anything I recognized. 16 inches long they were." We talked for another half hour, comparing notes on strange occurrences in the woods around Shelbyville. Earl mentioned places where hunters historically avoided, places where they felt watched, or where game animals never ventured. Bobby talked about sounds in the night, wood knocks and strange calls that carried through the trees during hunting season. Before we parted ways, Earl made us promise not to spread the story widely. "Too many fools would go looking armed to the teeth," he warned. "Someone would get hurt. Maybe the creature, maybe some trigger-happy idiot shooting at shadows." We agreed to keep the sighting between us for now, though Bobby suggested we start keeping track of any unusual signs or reports in the area. The family reunion the next day passed in a blur of handshakes, hugs, and catching up with relatives I only saw once a year. Several times I found myself looking toward the woods that bordered the cemetery, wondering if we were being watched. Once, when I walked to the edge of the property to check on something, I noticed Sally growling softly, her eyes fixed on the dense tree line. In the weeks that followed, I found myself viewing the familiar forests around our property with new eyes. The woods I'd wandered since childhood now held secrets, hidden inhabitants that had managed to avoid detection for generations. I began carrying a camera in my truck just in case. I studied the ground more carefully when walking the property, looking for unusual tracks or signs. I never saw the creature again, but once, about a month after the sighting, I found something strange. I was checking fences along our property line when I discovered a patch of bent saplings about 8 feet off the ground, bent in a way that no windstorm could explain, almost like they'd been deliberately twisted together to form a crude arch. Beneath it, the vegetation was flattened, as if something large had bedded down there. Earl, Bobby, and I occasionally talked about my sighting when we got together, but we kept our promise not to spread the story. Years passed, and sometimes I wondered if what I'd seen had been some trick of the light or my imagination. But then I'd remember Sally's terror, the unnatural silence in the woods, and I knew what I had witnessed was real. The forests of East Texas are vast and dense, with swamps and thickets that humans rarely penetrate. There are places where loggers won't go alone, and hunters get an uneasy feeling that sends them home early. Before that July evening in 1987, I'd attributed these stories to superstition or tall tales. Now, I'm not so sure. Whatever I saw crossing Old Man Whitley's pasture that day, it belonged to these woods in a way I never would. It moved through them with the confidence of something that had called this land home long before the first settlers arrived. And perhaps it will remain here long after the last of us are gone, walking these forests with the same powerful strides that carried it across 40 yards of open ground in the blink of an eye. Story 13. My breath hung in the cold air as I settled against the blue spruce, its branches providing just enough cover from the wet snow that had been falling since dawn. November 14th, 1995. A date burned into my memory now. I'd marked it on my calendar weeks ago as the perfect day for deer hunting. Wet, quiet, perfect tracking conditions. The name's Victor Daniels. I've been hunting these woods in western Pennsylvania since I was 12 years old, 43 now, and I'd thought I'd seen everything these forests had to offer. I adjusted my position, my camouflage pants already damp from sitting on the partially snow-covered ground. My Remington 308 rested across my lap, loaded and ready. The weight of it felt reassuring as the daylight began to fade. I'd been out since 5:30 that morning and hadn't fired a single shot. Not unusual for hunting, but still disappointing. I checked my watch, 4:45 p.m. Light was fading fast. Another 15 minutes and I'd pack it in, make the mile trek back to my truck before full darkness set in. No sense risking a twisted ankle in the sludgy conditions just for the sake of stubbornness. That's when I heard it, the soft crunch of hooves on snow-covered leaves. I froze, my hand instinctively tightening around my rifle. Every muscle in my body tensed as I slowly turned my head toward the sound. There he was, a 6-point buck, moving cautiously through the trees about 50 yards away. Not the biggest I'd ever seen, but decent. He stepped carefully, head bobbing as he searched for predators. I raised my Remington with practiced ease, bringing the scope to my eye. The 4-09 scope gave me a clear view of his vitals. One clean shot would do it. But something made me hesitate. Maybe it was the thought of dragging a 180-pound buck through a mile of thick, muddy woods in near darkness. Maybe it was something else. Some instinct I couldn't name. The buck moved slowly, stopping to paw at the ground occasionally. I kept him in my crosshairs, following his movement. He disappeared behind a large oak tree, and I waited for him to emerge on the other side. What stepped out wasn't the buck. My first thought was that it was a bear. We had black bears in these woods, but this was no bear. This figure stood upright on two legs. It moved with purpose, with awareness. The crosshair of my scope was positioned directly over its right eye, an eye that belonged to something I'd only heard about in campfire stories and tabloid newspapers. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, whatever name you want to give it. I didn't move. I couldn't. My finger rested on the trigger guard, not the trigger itself. Thank God for proper gun safety, because what I saw through that scope would have made many men squeeze that trigger out of pure panic. It was massive. Close to the creature stood a fence post I knew to be about 4.5 feet tall. This thing towered over it, 9 feet tall at least. Its body was proportionally huge, like a walking wall covered in dark, matted hair. Not the shaggy hair you see in those fake photos, but dense, like a bison's coat. The snow continued to fall around us, small flakes catching in its fur. I could see steam rising from its body in the cold air. This was no man in a suit. This was something alive, something real. It made a half turn, and that's when its eyes met mine through the scope. Its feet remained pointed in the direction the deer had gone, but its upper body had rotated to face me directly. Those eyes, intelligent, alert, assessing. Not animal eyes, not human either, but something in between. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard I was sure it could hear it. My mouth went dry. I kept the rifle steady, crosshairs still on its head, but now my finger had moved to the trigger, not because I wanted to shoot, but because I was terrified it might charge. "Don't do it, buddy," I whispered, my voice barely audible even to myself. "Don't do it." Whether it heard me or not, I'll never know. But as if it understood the danger of the situation, it slowly turned away, its massive shoulders rolling as it moved in the same direction the deer had gone. Its gait was smooth, not the awkward lumber people describe. Each step covered ground that would take me 2 or 3 strides. I watched through the scope until it disappeared into the thicker trees. Only then did I realize I'd been holding my breath. I gulped air, my hands suddenly shaking so badly I had to lower the rifle. For 10 minutes, I didn't move. I listened. The forest had gone quiet. No birds, no rustling leaves, nothing. Just the soft pat of wet snow hitting the ground and my own ragged breathing. Eventually I stood up, my legs stiff and unsteady. The sky had darkened considerably. I should head back, but the thought of encountering that thing again in the growing darkness kept me rooted to the spot. I raised my rifle again, scanning the area where the creature had disappeared. Nothing, just trees and shadows. "Get a grip, Victor," I muttered to myself. I'd faced black bears and aggressive bucks before. I could handle a mile walk in the dark, but this was different. This changed everything. I slung my rifle over my shoulder and began the trek back to my truck, moving faster than safety would normally dictate. Every snapping twig made me jump. Twice I swung around, convinced I heard footsteps behind me. When I finally reached my red Ford F-150, I practically threw myself inside, locking the doors immediately. My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys. The engine roared to life, and I blasted the heater, suddenly aware of how cold I'd become. I sat there for a long moment, headlights cutting through the darkness, illuminating the snow-covered trees at the edge of the forest. Part of me wanted to drive straight to the nearest bar and down a few whiskeys. Another part wanted to drive to the sheriff's office and report what I'd seen. I did neither. Who would believe me? I barely believed it myself, and I'd stared the damn thing in the eyes. The drive home took 30 minutes. I spent it replaying every second of the encounter. By the time I pulled into my driveway, I'd convinced myself I'd seen what I'd seen. This wasn't a bear. It wasn't a man. It was something else entirely. My wife, Linda, was in the kitchen when I entered. The smell of pot roast filled the house. Normal, ordinary, It felt surreal after what I'd just experienced. "Catch anything?" she asked, not looking up from the potatoes she was mashing. "No," I said, hanging my coat by the door. "Nothing." She looked up then, studying my face. "You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." "Just tired," I lied. "Long day." That night I couldn't sleep. I stared at the ceiling, seeing those eyes every time I closed mine. Intelligent eyes. Knowing eyes. The next morning, I called in sick to the construction site where I worked as a foreman. Instead, I drove back to the hunting spot. In the daylight, with a good night's sleep behind me, I half expected to find a logical explanation. Maybe it had been a bear after all, standing oddly. Maybe it had been another hunter in a dark coat. The snow had stopped overnight, leaving about 3 inches on the ground. Perfect for tracking. I parked in the same spot and hiked back to my blue spruce. The snow captured everything. My boot prints from yesterday, small animal tracks, bird tracks. And then I found them. Footprints. Massive footprints, heading in the direction the creature had gone. 18 inches long at least, with 5 distinct toes. The stride between them measured nearly 5 feet. No human could make that stride. No bear walks like that. I followed the tracks for about half a mile. They led to a small stream, then disappeared on the rocky ground beyond. I spent hours searching the area but found nothing else. For weeks after, I returned to those woods, hoping, or perhaps fearing, to see the creature again. I never did. But I found more signs. Broken branches too high for a human to reach, strange tufts of dark hair caught on trees, areas where the forest floor had been disturbed as if something large had bedded down. I kept my encounter to myself for nearly a year. Linda noticed the change in me, how I'd go quiet sometimes, staring off into space, how I'd spend hours researching Bigfoot sightings on our new dial-up internet connection. She probably thought I was losing my mind. Maybe I was. But then I met Earl Jenkins at a construction job in Clearfield County. We got to talking during lunch breaks. He was a quiet man, kept to himself mostly, but one day, after the other guys had gone back to work, he asked me a strange question. "You ever see anything weird in them woods you hunt?" I looked at him hard, trying to read his expression. "What kind of weird?" He shrugged, suddenly uncomfortable. "You know, things that ain't supposed to be there." "Like what, Earl?" I pressed. He took a long drink from his thermos, avoiding my eyes. "My grandpa, he was Cherokee, used to tell stories about the forest giants. Said they'd been around longer than us. Said they know how to stay hidden." My heart rate picked up. "And you believe those stories?" "Didn't used to," he said. "Not till 3 years ago. Fishing up near Black Moshannon State Park. Saw something cross the creek about 100 yards upstream, tall as a pine sapling, moving quiet for something so big." I set down my sandwich. "I saw one," I said, the words coming out before I could stop them. "Last November, hunting near Cherry Run." Earl didn't look surprised. He nodded slowly. "They out there all right. Question is, what do we do with that knowledge?" "Nothing," I said firmly. "We do nothing." And that's the approach I've taken since that day. I still hunt those woods. I still carry my Remington 308. But I hunt differently now, more aware, more respectful. Sometimes I feel watched. The hair on my neck stands up, and I know I'm not alone. I never see the creature again, not clearly. Just glimpses sometimes, movement between trees, a dark shape in the distance. Once I found a deer carcass high in a tree, placed there like food stored in a refrigerator. I've had plenty of time to think about why I didn't shoot that day. It wasn't just the logistics of dragging a heavy buck through the woods. When I saw that creature, when our eyes met, I recognized something, not humanity exactly, but awareness, intelligence. It knew what my rifle could do. It chose to walk away, and I chose to let it. The forests of Pennsylvania hide many secrets. Most hunters go their whole lives seeing nothing but deer, turkey, and the occasional bear. They're lucky that way, because once you've seen what I've seen, you can never go back. You can never look at the woods the same way again. Every shadow might hide something watching. Every unexplained sound might be footsteps of something that science says doesn't exist. I still hunt that same area every season. Some might call that foolish. Maybe it is. But I feel drawn there like there's unfinished business between me and that creature. Not violence, understanding. So I sit under my blue spruce, rifle ready, but safety on, and I wait. For deer, yes, but also for something else. Something that changed my life with a single look on a snowy November evening in 1995. Something that knows these woods better than I ever will. Story 14. The morning air bit at my cheeks as I settled against the broad oak trunk. My daughter Lucy's small frame pressed against me, her breathing already slowing as she drifted back to sleep. It was just after dawn, the first week of deer season in 2022, and the woods around our family property in Crowley Ridge, eastern Kentucky, were coming alive with the day. "Comfortable, baby girl?" I whispered, adjusting the small thermal blanket around her 6-year-old shoulders. She nodded sleepily and burrowed deeper into my lap. I'd been hunting these woods since I could hold a rifle steady. My daddy taught me, just like his daddy taught him. 40 acres passed down through 4 generations of Bennetts, bordered by miles of untouched forest beyond Turkey Knob. I knew every game trail, every creek bed, every ridgeline on our land. This spot gave us a clear view across a shallow ravine to a well-used deer path along the opposite ridge. The morning light filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across the leaf-covered ground. My .30-06 rested against my shoulder, loaded but with the safety on. Lucy had her ear protection nearby, though I wouldn't wake her if a shot presented itself. 30 minutes passed in comfortable silence. Lucy's weight grew heavier in my lap as she fell deeper into sleep. The forest around us buzzed with ordinary morning sounds, chickadees calling, leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. On the opposite hillside, 3 grey squirrels chased each other around an old hickory, their tails flicking as they played. Then I heard it, a strange, high-pitched cry that cut through the natural forest sounds. It rose and fell, almost like a baby's wail. I froze, listening hard. 4 months postpartum with my son Jamie, I'd grown accustomed to those cries at all hours. My mind immediately went to him, safe at home with my husband Dale. Was my brain playing tricks on me? The sound came again, distant but clear, not quite human, not quite animal. The squirrels stopped their play, going rigid on the tree trunk. One by one, they scurried upward and disappeared into the branches. The forest fell silent, not the peaceful quiet of a winter morning, but a tense, waiting stillness. No birds called, no leaves rustled. Even the breeze seemed to hold its breath. Lucy stirred in my lap, mumbling something in her sleep. I placed my hand gently on her shoulder, my eyes scanning the tree line. My heart pounded harder in my chest. The sound of approaching movement broke the silence, heavy thuds against the forest floor behind us, up the mountain slope. Not the cautious steps of a deer. This was forceful, powerful, like horses galloping through the underbrush. I couldn't turn around without shifting Lucy. My hand moved from my rifle to the hunting knife at my belt. I gripped the handle, eyes glancing sideways, expecting to see a black bear charging through the trees. Bears weren't uncommon in these parts, though they usually avoided humans. What emerged from behind a massive oak 20 yards to my right was not a bear, not entirely. The creature moved with surprising agility for its size, stepping into a shaft of morning light. Thick black fur covered its body, but the way it moved was all wrong for a bear. Too upright, too deliberate. It paused, and I saw its face clearly. My breath caught in my throat. The face had bear-like features, yes, but there was something unmistakably human in its structure. dark eyes set in a broad face, a shorter snout than a bear's, with patches of greyish skin visible where the fur thinned around its eyes and mouth. It turned its head directly toward me, and our eyes locked. The creature stood at least 6 feet tall, its large hands, not paws, hands with opposable thumbs, hanging at its sides. The morning light caught its eyes, revealing irises of deep amber. There was intelligence there, awareness. For 3 heartbeats we stared at each other. Its posture changed, shoulders squaring as if preparing to charge. My knife felt inadequate in my hand. Lucy's weight pinned me in place. There was nowhere to run. Then the creature saw Lucy curled in my lap. Something shifted in its expression. The tension in its shoulders eased. Those strange human-like hands slowly rose, palms forward, in what could only be interpreted as a gesture of peace. I didn't move. Couldn't move. The creature held my gaze for another moment, then deliberately looked away. It stepped backward, still facing us, moving with careful precision away from our position. At the edge of a thicket, it turned and disappeared into the deeper forest, the sound of its passage fading quickly. Lucy slept through it all. I sat motionless for 10 minutes, knife still in hand, ears straining for any sound of the creature's return. Eventually a chickadee called, then another. A squirrel chattered. The forest returned to normal. "Mama?" Lucy's sleepy voice startled me. "Did I miss any deer?" "No, baby," I whispered, my voice shaking slightly. "No deer this morning." I helped her up, packed our things, and we headed back to the house. With each step away from that ridge, I questioned what I'd seen, but the image of those eyes, those knowing, intelligent eyes, wouldn't leave me. The kitchen was warm and bright when we returned. Dale stood at the stove, flipping pancakes while balancing Jamie on his hip. "Any luck?" he asked, leaning to kiss my cheek as I set down my rifle case. "Nothing," I said. "Mama let me sleep," Lucy announced, pulling off her boots. "Next time I'm going to stay awake and see a big buck." Dale chuckled. "Go wash up for breakfast, kiddo." As Lucy thundered down the hallway, Dale studied my face. "You okay, Liv? You look like you've seen a ghost." I forced a smile. "Just tired. Jamie was up twice last night." "3 times, Dale corrected, bouncing our infant son. "But who's counting?" I took Jamie from him, breathing in his baby smell, letting his solid weight ground me in reality. "I'm fine, just thought I heard something weird out there." "Weird how?" I hesitated. "Like a baby crying, probably just the wind." Dale nodded, returning to the pancakes. "Wouldn't be surprised if Jamie's got you hearing phantom cries. Remember when Lucy was born? You thought you heard her crying in the shower, in the car?" "Yeah," I agreed quickly. "Probably that." I didn't mention the creature, didn't know how to describe what I'd seen without sounding crazy. I'd lived in these mountains my whole life. I knew black bears, knew every animal that called these woods home. What I'd seen fit no category I recognized. That night, after putting both kids to bed, I sat at the kitchen table with my laptop. Dale had gone to bed early, exhausted from a long shift at the lumber mill. The house creaked and settled around me as I typed search terms into Google. Kentucky black bear sightings. Bears standing on hind legs. Bear with human face. The results gave me nothing useful, just wildlife websites, hunting forums, and creepy photoshopped images. I tried a different approach. Kentucky folklore forest creatures. Appalachian monster legends. This brought up tales of the Wampus cat, the Hopkinsville goblins, and other regional legends. Nothing matched what I'd seen. I scrolled deeper, clicking links to obscure folklore sites and local history pages. On the 4th page of results, I found a brief mention in an article about early settler accounts from eastern Kentucky. A paragraph described reports from the late 1800s of wild men of the forests encountered by trappers and hunters. The settlers had described tall, fur-covered beings that walked upright but avoided human contact. The article dismissed these as misidentified bears or mountaineer tall tales. I knew what I'd seen wasn't a bear, and it wasn't a man in a costume. The eyes alone told me that, deep, intelligent, aware, and that gesture, palms up, backing away. That was communication. The baby monitor lit up with Jamie's first night cry. I closed the laptop and went to tend to him, the search results sitting uneasily in my mind. 3 days passed before I returned to the woods. Dale took a rare Saturday off, playing with Lucy in the yard while Jamie napped. I grabbed my rifle, more for security than hunting, and told Dale I needed some quiet time. "Take your radio," he called after me. "Cell reception's spotty back there." I patted the two-way radio on my belt and headed into the trees. The day was warmer than earlier in the week, the November sun cutting through the mostly bare branches. I walked steadily, not toward our hunting spot from before, but deeper into our property, toward the boundary line where our land met the vast public forest beyond Turkey Knob. Our property ended at Moore Creek, a shallow stream that ran through a rocky gully. I sat on a fallen log and watched the water flow, listening to the woods around me. Part of me hoped to see the creature again. Part of me feared it. An hour passed. The forest sounds remained normal. Squirrels, birds, the occasional distant crack of a hunter's rifle from properties miles away. I was about to head back when I noticed something across the creek, just inside the public forest land. A stack of stones. Not a natural formation, but 3 large rocks carefully balanced one atop the other. I crossed the shallow creek, boots splashing in the cold water, and examined the stack. The rocks were heavy, the bottom one at least 50 pounds. It would have taken significant strength to lift and place them with such precision. I looked around, seeing nothing unusual among the trees, but as I turned to head back across the creek, something caught my eye on the ground near the stone stack. I crouched down. Berry seeds. A small pile of them, alongside what appeared to be partially chewed wild grapes, fresh, not dried or old. I stood slowly, the hair on my arms rising. Something had been here recently. Something that stacked stones and ate berries. Something with hands that could manipulate objects. A branch snapped in the distance. I whipped around, rifle ready, but saw nothing through the trees. After a tense minute, I backed away, recrossed the creek, and hurried toward home. That night at dinner, I asked Dale a question that had been forming in my mind since the encounter. "Remember Tom Keen's hunting story from last year? About the thing he saw up by Devil's Hollow?" Dale snorted around a mouthful of mashed potatoes. "Tom's famous Bigfoot tale? Sure. Everybody at the mill gave him hell for weeks." "What exactly did he say he saw?" I pressed, trying to sound casual. "Oh, some tall, hairy thing that ran off when he spotted it. Classic Keen, always after attention." Dale shook his head. "Man swore it was 7 feet tall with glowing eyes. Said it screamed at him." "Did anyone believe him?" "Nah. Tom's been known to hit the moonshine pretty hard during hunting season." Dale gave me a curious look. "Why are you bringing that up?" I shrugged. "Just remembered it. Lucy and I heard some weird noises the other day while hunting." "What kind of noises, Mama?" Lucy asked, suddenly interested. "Just strange animal sounds, baby. Nothing to worry about." Dale chuckled. "Don't tell me you're joining the Bigfoot hunters now. Next thing, you'll be on one of those ridiculous TV shows, tramping through the woods with night vision goggles." I forced a laugh. Just curious. Later, I looked up Tom Keen's phone number. I'd met him a few times at community gatherings, though we weren't close. I needed to know if what he'd seen resembled my creature. He answered on the 4th ring. "Keen residence. Tom, it's Olivia Bennett, Dale's wife. I wanted to ask you about something." There was a pause. "Olivia, sure. What can I do for you?" "That thing you saw last year while hunting. Can you describe it to me?" The line went silent for so long, I thought he'd hung up. Finally, he spoke, his voice lower. "Why are you asking about that? People around here made it pretty clear they think I'm either a liar or crazy." "I'm not judging, Tom. I just need to know what you saw." Another long silence. "It was big, covered in dark fur, walked on two legs, but not like a bear does when it stands up. Natural-like. Its face..." He hesitated. Its face wasn't right for an animal. Eyes too knowing. It watched me from across a clearing, then just turned and walked away. Not running scared like a deer or bear would, walking away like it decided to leave. My heart pounded. Did it make any sounds? No. Silent as a ghost. But the forest went quiet when it was there. Dead quiet. He paused again. "Why are you asking, Olivia? Did you see something?" I swallowed hard. "Maybe. I don't know. Thanks for telling me, Tom." "Be careful out there," he said before hanging up. "Those woods got secrets." 2 weeks passed. I went hunting 3 more times, always alone, always near the boundary creek. I found more stone stacks, once discovered what looked like a rough shelter of branches leaned against a rock outcropping, but never saw the creature again. December arrived with the first heavy snow. 6 inches fell overnight, covering the landscape in pristine white. Lucy begged to build a snowman, so we spent the morning rolling giant snowballs across the yard. Dale took Jamie for a drive to get supplies before the roads worsened. As Lucy decorated her snowman with Dale's old hat and scarf, I noticed movement at the edge of our property where the yard met the tree line, about 50 yards away. A dark shape stood partially concealed behind a large pine. The creature, watching us. I froze, my heart hammering. Lucy continued chattering, oblivious, as she positioned coal eyes on the snowman's face. I stared at the dark figure. It remained motionless except for what appeared to be steam from its breathing in the cold air. Though mostly hidden by the tree, I could make out its head and one shoulder. It was simply observing. "Lucy," I said carefully, "go inside and get some hot chocolate started. I'll be right there." "But I'm not finished with his face." "Lucy, inside. Now." Something in my tone made her look up at me in surprise. She frowned but trudged toward the house. When the door closed behind her, I slowly turned back toward the tree line. The creature still stood there, watching. I raised my hand cautiously, palm forward, mimicking the gesture it had made in the woods. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, a large hand extended from behind the tree, palm up, fingers spread. The same gesture returned. A sound escaped me, half gasp, half laugh of disbelief. It understood. The creature stepped partially from behind the tree, revealing more of its form. In the full daylight, I could see details I'd missed before. The fur wasn't pure black, but had brown undertones. The grey skin visible on its face and hands had a leathery texture. And its eyes, those extraordinary eyes, were indeed amber-coloured with distinct pupils and whites. Human eyes, in a face that wasn't human, but wasn't fully animal either. Around its massive shoulders hung what looked like a crude shawl made from woven plant fibres. It reached up with one hand and touched this garment, then pointed toward the house where Lucy had gone, then back to the shawl. It took me a moment to understand. The shawl. Lucy's coat. It was making a connection between them, between coverings for warmth. "Yes," I said aloud, though I knew it couldn't hear me from that distance. "For cold. For snow." The creature's head tilted slightly. It lifted its gaze past me to the sky, where dark clouds promised more snow. It looked back at me, then deliberately pointed into the woods behind it, held up what appeared to be 3 fingers, then pointed at the ground where it stood. A message. "Return here in 3 days?" Before I could respond, the distant sound of Dale's truck engine carried across the snowy yard. The creature's head turned sharply toward the sound. It looked at me once more, then melted back into the forest with astonishing speed for something so large. I stood rooted in place, staring at the empty tree line until Dale's truck pulled into the driveway. "You okay out here?" he called through the open window. "Where's Lucy?" "Inside, making cocoa," I replied, my voice surprisingly steady. "I was just looking at the snow on the trees. It's beautiful." Dale nodded, starting to unload groceries. "Storm's coming back tonight. Another 8 inches, they're saying." I helped him carry bags inside, my mind racing. The creature could communicate. It had made arrangements to meet me. It wore a garment, recognized similar items, understood numbers. This wasn't an animal. It was something else entirely. That night, I sat at the kitchen table long after everyone had gone to bed. I opened my laptop again, but this time searched different terms. Undiscovered primate species North America. Human-like forest creatures Appalachia. Relict hominid species. The results led me down a rabbit hole of scientific articles about undiscovered species, cryptozoology websites of varying credibility, and anthropological studies of folklore across cultures. One article particularly caught my attention. A paper by a cultural anthropologist comparing stories of forest-dwelling, humanoid creatures from indigenous traditions worldwide. The paper noted remarkable similarities in descriptions from tribes with no contact across continents and centuries. Tall, fur-covered beings with human-like faces that avoided contact but occasionally interacted with humans. The author suggested these weren't merely myths, but could represent observations of relict hominid species that evolved alongside humans, but remained isolated in remote wilderness areas. Most of the scientific community dismissed such theories. But I had looked into those eyes. I had seen intelligence there, understanding. 3 days. The creature wanted to meet in 3 days. The snow continued falling through the next day and night. By the third morning, nearly 18 inches covered the ground, with deep drifts against the house and barn. Dale announced at breakfast that the mill had closed due to the weather. "No one's going anywhere today," he said, pouring more coffee. "Roads aren't plowed yet." My stomach tightened. Today was the 3rd day. "I thought I might walk out to check the game cameras," I said casually. "Won't take long." Dale frowned. "In this snow, those cameras can wait, Liv. It's freezing out there. I'll bundle up. Need some fresh air after being cooped up." He looked ready to argue, but was distracted by Jamie's fussing. I took advantage of the moment to gather my heaviest winter gear. 20 minutes later, I was trudging through the deep snow toward the tree line, a small backpack containing water, jerky, and a few simple tools. The forest was eerily quiet under its blanket of snow. My boots crunched loudly with each step, the only sound beyond my own breathing. I made my way toward the pine tree where the creature had stood. It wasn't there when I arrived. I checked my watch. Just after 10 in the morning. Had I misunderstood? Was I in the wrong place? I waited, stamping my feet occasionally to keep warm. After 30 minutes, I decided to try something. Cupping my hands around my mouth, I made the same crying sound I'd heard that first day in the woods, a high, wavering call that echoed through the silent trees. The response was immediate. The same call returned from deeper in the forest, followed by the sound of movement through snow. I stood my ground, heart racing, as the creature appeared between 2 distant oaks. It approached slowly, deliberately, stopping about 20 yards away. In daylight, on open ground, its size was even more impressive. Though female in form, with a broader chest and hips than would be seen on a male, it stood well over 6 feet tall, its powerful build evident even beneath the thick fur. The woven shawl still hung around its shoulders. Up close, I could see it was intricately made from plant fibers and what looked like strands of fur, showing remarkable craftsmanship. We regarded each other in silence. Snow fell gently around us. Its breath came in white clouds. I slowly removed my backpack and extracted a package of beef jerky. The creature watched intently as I unwrapped it and held a piece out in my open palm. I took one step forward, then stopped, waiting. The creature tilted its head, then matched my movement with one step forward. We repeated this slow dance until only 6 feet separated us. I could smell it now. An earthy, musky scent, not unpleasant but wild. It extended one massive hand. I placed the jerky in its palm, our fingers not quite touching during the exchange. Its hands were remarkable, grey-skinned with short fur on the backs, structured exactly like human hands, but larger, the fingers thicker, the nails dark and tough. The creature sniffed the jerky, then placed it in its mouth. It chewed slowly, eyes never leaving mine. After swallowing, it made a sound, a low rumble that rose slightly at the end, not threatening, almost appreciative. It reached toward its shoulder and untied something from the shawl, a small bundle wrapped in leaves. This, it extended to me. My hands shook slightly as I accepted the offering. Carefully unwrapping the leaves, I found a handful of some kind of nuts, shelled and clean. A trade, an exchange of food. I smiled and nodded, placing one in my mouth. It tasted like a mild hickory nut. The creature made that rumbling sound again, this time with what I could only interpret as satisfaction. For nearly an hour, we stayed there in the snowy clearing, gradually moving closer, offering items for the other to examine. My gloves, its woven shawl, my watch, which fascinated it, a stone tool it produced from some hidden pocket. No words were exchanged, yet communication happened through gestures, expressions, sounds. I found myself laughing when it mimicked my head tilt perfectly, and it responded with a facial movement that, despite its different features, I recognized as a smile. As the short winter day began to wane, the creature looked toward the sky, then back at me. It pointed to the sun, then to the horizon, then held up 5 fingers before pointing back to this spot. 5 days? Return in 5 days? I nodded, holding up 5 fingers in confirmation. The creature made a new gesture then. It placed its hand over its chest, then extended it toward me, palm up. The universal gesture of offering friendship. I mirrored the movement, tears suddenly stinging my eyes in the cold air. With surprising gentleness for its size, the creature turned and moved back into the forest, its dark form disappearing among the snow-laden trees. I stood alone in the clearing, the taste of hickory nuts still on my tongue, wondering what would happen 5 days from now, and knowing with absolute certainty that what lived in these Kentucky woods was neither legend nor monster, but something extraordinary that had chosen to reveal itself to me. As I turned toward home, I felt the weight of a secret I couldn't share, not even with Dale. Not yet. These woods had watched my family for generations. Now I understood that we had been watched as well, by eyes far more knowing than we had ever suspected. Story 15. I still jump when I smell something rotting. 20 years later, and that particular stink, like meat gone bad mixed with something worse, triggers the same cold sweat down my back. That night in 1983 changed everything I thought I knew about the world, about what's out there in the shadows beyond our porch lights. My name is Sarah Mitchell, and in the summer of '83, I was 23 and living in a double-wide trailer on the Barber family farm in Crickwood, West Virginia. My boyfriend, Brad Barber, had inherited a piece of his family's property, 40 acres of mostly forest, with a clearing where we'd set up our trailer. His mom, Linda, lived in the main farmhouse about a quarter-mile down the dirt road that connected our properties. Brad drove trucks for mountaineer hauling, mainly long routes from Charleston to Chicago. He'd be gone 5 days at a stretch, sometimes longer. I didn't mind the solitude, usually. I'd grown up in these mountains, and there was something peaceful about being alone with just the crickets and whip-poor wills for company. That June, my sister Jenny had driven down from Wheeling to stay with me while Brad was on the road. We'd spent the day canning vegetables from the garden and were settling in to watch Dynasty on the small TV we'd set up in the living room. "Damn, it's hot," Jenny said, fanning herself with a magazine. "Can we open another window?" The trailer had a window unit air conditioner, but it only cooled the bedroom properly. I nodded and crossed to the kitchen window, sliding it up. That's when it hit me. A stench so powerful I actually staggered backward. "What the hell?" I pressed my hand over my nose. The smell seeped in like something physical, something with weight and substance. "Jesus Christ!" Jenny jumped up. "What is it?" Then she caught it too, her face twisting. "Oh God, what died?" "Something big," I muttered, rushing to slam the window shut. The smell had already infiltrated the trailer, clinging to everything. It wasn't just death, it was fouler, ranker, like rotting meat mixed with something musky and primitive. I grabbed the can of Glade air freshener from under the sink and sprayed it in wide arcs around the kitchen and living room. "Maybe one of the cows died in the field," Jenny suggested, pulling her t-shirt up over her nose. "Brad's mom would have said something. Besides, this smells—" I hesitated, struggling to find the right words. "This smells wrong." We waited out the smell, spraying more Glade every few minutes until it faded enough that we could breathe normally. Dynasty forgotten, we kept looking at each other, uneasy. "I need to feed the dogs," I said finally. Brad had 2 German shepherds, Rex and Buddy, who stayed in a fenced run next to the trailer. "I'll see if I can figure out where that smell came from." Outside, the evening was thick with humidity, the sun low in the sky. The dogs were agitated, pacing their enclosure instead of rushing to greet me like usual. I filled their bowls and refilled their water bucket, talking to them softly. "What's got you boys so worked up, huh?" That's when I felt it, the sensation of being watched. It wasn't subtle. It was like a physical pressure against my skin. I straightened up slowly, scanning the tree line that bordered our clearing. Nothing moved there. But as I turned toward Linda's property, I saw it. A figure standing near the barbed wire fence that separated the cow pasture from the dirt road. Even from this distance, I could tell it was unusually large. At first, I thought maybe it was one of the Hodges boys from the next farm over. They were both over 6 feet tall, but this figure was bulkier and completely still in a way that didn't seem natural. It was just watching, looking toward Linda's house, not at me. I backed up to the trailer, never taking my eyes off the distant figure. Once inside, I locked the door. "What's wrong?" Jenny asked, seeing my face. "There's someone out there, by the fence line near Linda's." We both looked out the living room window, but from this angle, we couldn't see the fence line. "I'm calling the sheriff," I decided, crossing to the wall phone in the kitchen. Sheriff Dawson wasn't in, but the dispatcher said she'd send deputies Miller and Hayes out right away. 20 minutes later, their cruiser pulled up, kicking dust along our dirt drive. Deputy Miller was a heavy-set man in his 40s, who'd gone to high school with Brad's older brother. Hayes was younger, maybe 30, thin and nervous-looking. I explained about the smell and the figure I'd seen watching Linda's house. "We'll have a look around, Miss Mitchell," Miller said. "Probably just a drifter passing through." They walked the property, checked the fence line, even drove down to Linda's and circled her house. When they came back 40 minutes later, they looked unconcerned. "Didn't see anyone," Hayes reported. "No sign anyone's been camping in the woods either." "What about the smell?" I asked. Miller shrugged. "Could be anything. Dead animal in the woods. Maybe even a bear that got hit on Route 40 and crawled off to die." They left, promising to drive by again later that night. I wasn't satisfied. I called Linda. "There was someone standing by your fence line," I told her, "watching your house." Linda was a tough woman who'd been widowed 10 years earlier. She didn't scare easily, but she took my concern seriously. "I'll turn on all the outside lights," she said. "Got my shotgun right here by the bed, same as always." I felt better knowing she was alert, but uneasiness still crawled along my skin. Jenny and I tried to get back to normal. We made dinner, washed dishes, pretended to care about what was happening on TV. But we both kept glancing at the windows, which were now dark mirrors reflecting the interior of the trailer. Around 10:30, Jenny went to bed in the spare room. I stayed up a bit longer, making sure the doors were locked again and washing up a few glasses we'd left in the sink. I was about to turn off the kitchen light when movement outside caught my eye. I froze, my hand still on the light switch. Something was out there, moving along the tree line behind the dog pen. The motion-activated security light Brad had installed hadn't triggered, which struck me as odd. Whatever it was, stayed just beyond the reach of our yard lights. The dogs weren't barking. They weren't making any noise at all. I crept to the back door and peered through its small window. Rex and Buddy were pressed against the far corner of their pen, as far from the trees as they could get. Then it stepped forward. The security light finally flicked on, and I saw it clearly. My heart slammed against my ribs so hard I thought it might crack them. It wasn't human. It couldn't be human. The figure stood at least 7 feet tall, its body covered in matted, filthy hair that hung in clumps like it had been dragged through mud. It was naked, but the hair covered most of its body. What struck me most were its arms, unnaturally long, hanging past its knees. Its face was partially obscured by the hair, but I could make out deep-set eyes reflecting the security light. I stumbled back from the door, nearly falling. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial the phone. The dispatcher recognized my voice. "It's back," I managed to say, "but it's not a person. Please, send someone now." This time, Deputies Miller and Hayes arrived in just 12 minutes, their cruiser skidding into the yard with lights flashing. The creature had disappeared back into the trees by then. "It was huge," I told them, standing in the yard where Jenny had joined me, both of us hugging ourselves against the night chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. 7 feet at least, covered in hair, like nothing I've ever seen. Hayes looked skeptical, but Miller's face had gone serious. "Show me exactly where you saw it," he said. I pointed to the spot where the thing had stood. Miller walked over, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. He crouched down, examining the ground. "Hayes, bring the spotlight," he called. Hayes retrieved a powerful portable spotlight from the cruiser. When he shined it on the spot Miller was examining, I saw what had caught the older deputy's attention. The grass was flattened in an unusual pattern, like footprints, but massive ones, with what looked like 5 toes splayed wide. "What the hell?" Hayes whispered. Miller stood up slowly. "We're going to search the woods," he said, "but I want you ladies to go back inside and stay there. Lock the doors." They searched for over an hour. I watched from the window as their flashlight beams crisscrossed the trees, occasionally catching glimpses of them moving between trunks. Jenny and I sat at the kitchen table, a pot of coffee between us, barely speaking. When the deputies finally returned, they looked grim. "Found some broken branches about 100 yards in," Miller reported. "Something big moved through there, but whatever it was, it's gone now. We'll patrol the area through the night," Hayes added. "I've called in Pitkins from the North County station to help." After they left, I called the one person I knew would tell me the truth. Tony Wilkins had grown up with Brad, had hunted these woods since they were kids. He lived about 3 miles away and worked the night shift at the paper mill. "Tony," I said when he answered, "something's out here, something wrong." "What'd you see, Sarah?" His voice was calm, steady. I described it: the height, the hair, the long arms, and the smell. I made sure to tell him about the smell. There was a long pause. "I'll be there in 20 minutes, he said finally. "Just sit tight." Tony arrived in his pickup, wearing his work clothes and carrying his hunting rifle. Jenny had finally fallen asleep, exhausted from fear and tension. I met Tony on the porch and described everything again in detail. He nodded slowly when I finished. You said it stank, like something dead but worse. Yes, like meat gone bad and, I don't know, something wild. Tony leaned his rifle against the porch railing and looked me straight in the eye. It's a Bigfoot, Sarah. I stared at him. A what? Sasquatch. Bigfoot. Whatever you want to call it. They're real, and there's been one living up in the state forest land north of here for years. I almost laughed, but the absolute seriousness in Tony's expression stopped me. That's crazy, Tony. Is it? You saw it? 7 feet tall, covered in hair, arms hanging to its knees, and that smell. That's how you know for sure. They've got a stink like nothing else on this earth. I sank down onto the porch steps, trying to process what he was saying. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as ridiculous, but another part, the part that had seen that thing standing in my yard, knew he was telling the truth. My grandpa saw one back in '52, Tony continued, sitting beside me, up near Cooper's Ridge. Few hunters have spotted them over the years. They keep to themselves mostly. Mostly, they're curious sometimes. They watch us. But they don't attack people, Sarah. Not around here anyway. Why didn't you ever tell Brad about this? Tony shrugged. Brad wouldn't have believed it. He's practical, you know, needs to see something to believe it. We sat in silence for a minute. So what do? I finally asked. Keep your lights on tonight. They don't like bright lights. And stay inside. It was probably just curious about you and Jenny, maybe smelled your cooking. It'll move on. Tony stayed until dawn, sitting on our porch with his rifle across his knees. The deputies drove by 3 times, their headlights sweeping across the yard. The creature, the Bigfoot, didn't return. When Brad got home 2 days later, I told him everything. As Tony predicted, he was skeptical, though the fact that Deputy Miller had found footprints gave him pause. We argued about it, eventually reaching an uneasy truce where he didn't outright call me crazy, but clearly thought I'd seen a bear or maybe a very tall hiker. I never saw the creature again. Sometimes on hot summer nights when Brad was away, I'd catch a whiff of that distinctive odor drifting through the air. I'd turn on every light in the trailer and stay up until dawn, my heart racing. But it never came close to the house again. Years later, after Brad and I had moved to Charleston, I read an article about alleged Bigfoot sightings in southern West Virginia. The descriptions matched what I'd seen: the height, the hair, the impossibly long arms. And everyone mentioned the smell. I know what I saw that night at Barber Creek Farm. It wasn't human. It wasn't a bear. It was something else, something that shouldn't exist according to science and reason, but does. Something that walks the deep woods of West Virginia, watching us from the shadows. I still dream about those eyes reflecting in the security light. And I still keep every light on in the house when Brad's away on the road, just in case.